Hello, y'all. How's it going? It is Friday. It is September 5th, and that means it's time for viewer levels, as it always means. But also tonight, I got something special for y'all that had the idea for a while ago before various vacations, and finally tonight we're doing it. Basically, as you might be able to tell or surmise from the title, description, thumbnail on UI, thumbnail on the UI. People in chat wondering if there's a stream tonight. There is. Let me tell you about it. As you might be able to surmise from whatever place you're seeing stuff, the gimmick is the order of business that we have tonight is Super Mario Maker 3 Wishlist Brainstorming, as I have termed it in the title of the live stream. I don't know what the VOD is going to be called. Maybe I'll change it on the VOD. You know, that's something I sometimes do. But point is, here's the idea. Here's the plan. I got this document here, and the goal is, by the end of the stream, to fill it up with ideas. You can see that it's split into several different categories, from themes to styles to game modes, maker features, terrain, items, enemies, bosses, gizmos. These are based on the in-game classifications, by the way. I did not come up with gizmos, Nintendo did. Cameos, that could be gizmos, that could be bosses, that could be enemies, items, anything that is not from Mario. I did not see a YouTube UI update. I don't know what you mean by that, Samo. It might be rolled out to different people at different times, worth noting. I have a separate thing here for discovery features, because I'm pretty sure that's something that, like, you know, Mario Maker kind of desperately needs. And then I have Other, which just, you know, anything else we can think of at the very end. So we're gonna go one by one through these. I got cards for each of these, and I think the plan will be to have timestamps in the VOD if you want to jump to any particular of these 12. So there'll be a timestamp for each of these as we go. And I'm going to, I'm going to talk. Chat is going to have ideas as well. And O6I is in the chat and will be, I've given O6I the link, and he can edit the document and he can add the things that we discuss. I will say the way it's going to work is that I have to say, I get a veto, basically, if any idea that anyone has. I do want this to be a good, solid list full of, like, consistently good ideas, because one of the things that I want to do with this, is take this wish list once it's completed and put it into a bingo generator and make us some bingos. You know, if there's bad ideas in the bingo, then that might be a really, that's like you don't want that in your bingo card. You'd end up with like, how am I gonna get, like, Pokio? I'm not gonna get Pokio, come on. What the hell is Pokio doing on here? You might wonder if you were the one that got Pokio in your bingo card. So, we will have a lot of good ideas, I think. Let's go category by category. Slow it down. We're gonna go category by category. Save your ideas until we get to the category, I think. Let's not, like, spitfire. And, we'll start building out this list and coming up with a reasonable number for each category that we all like, and feel good about. And, yeah. Samo has some ideas. Again, save it, Samo. Save it for when we actually get started in earnest. O6I, do you have access to the document? Can you confirm? Are you ready to go on your end? Great, okay. Can you, just go ahead and add something for us, show that it's working, and show that we'll be able to see your updates in real time. I'll say this will be hidden. There we go. There's Anonymous Mouse. That is 06I. I see your cursor. Yes, okay, perfect. Let's take the document down. Oh, you know what? I forgot. There's this card. This card says what we just said. I should have pulled it at the start. We're gonna be making the wish list as we go. There's a lot of categories. We're gonna try to keep it in a ordered fashion. There will be a time at the end in case we miss anything. If we want to, like, review and start, you know, add anything we missed. So we're gonna do this in an orderly fashion, but also there will be time for disorderly ideas. And by the way, 06I, you should maybe have the YouTube open as well, just because, you know, YouTube chat has ideas as well. That'd be a good idea if you have the desktop space to have both open. Or, you know, do a little bit of a drag to one side, drag it on the other. You'll turn on your laptop. Excellent. Okay, that works. Yeah. We don't want to forget YouTube. And that's part of why, you know, ideas will generally come through me, and I'll say, ooh, good idea, put that on there. You'll know when an idea goes on there, because I will say it, I will repeat it, and then it will go on there, and we'll be able to follow it, even on the VOD that has no chat. The eventual VOD with no chat of either side. No YouTube, no Twitch chat, nothing. Alright. I think that's enough of an explanation. I think we understand what we're doing. Let's get going. Here's something I've been wondering about. One more thing before we begin. One small thought. Should we do the lightning round the whole time? Or should we do, should we start in the lightning round and just do one solid segment? Basically, as far as the, no switch over as far as the lightning round to non-lightning round, or should we start in regular time and go to the lightning round a bit later? Let's get through a few categories before we go to the lightning round. That is my snap decision. Okay. It's time to start, and we're going to start with Moyako's level. Also, we're going to start by pulling the first of the cards and start discussing them, because, you know, this stream is going to be very focused on the wish list stuff, so let's get to business. Let's get to work. First one, themes. That is to say archetypes. That is to say types of levels, like desert, snow, etc. Now, I don't know about y'all. I do think it would be good to... I feel like there could be somewhere between 2 and 6 new ones. So let's, you know, start... Let's start by thinking there. Theme can be like a real-life city. That's an interesting idea. One idea that I had... Okay, here's some ideas. Beach. I feel like beach would be a good, solid inclusion. Something between, you know, for like your ocean world to have as an alternative archetype. What do you think about that? There is also... Here's second suggestion here. I feel like they should split off Pipe World from, like, being the part of Super Mario Bros. 3 Forest. I feel like Pipe World should be its own aesthetic. I feel like Pipe World, put Pipe World on there. Put that there, and also put, should I just have the thing open so we can see if they go in? Well, I can't see if I have my screen off. Luigi's Mansion. Like a haunted theme would be cool. Let me know if you need time to set up something before you start taking notes, 06I. But I do agree another haunted theme could be cool, like you could already do like a forest with slime. That's kind of the equivalent of like the swamp theme from like New You. I don't know if there's that much there actually, because you already have like inside of Ghost House, you know, like literally what we're looking at right now. Let's do it. Let's do the level. I'm gonna say Pipe World. What do you think? Is Pipe World too weird? Is Pipe World kind of redundant? By the way, I updated the timer again. This time it is I think gonna be a little bit better for this. Matches the fonts that I use more normally now. And also has a tiny bit of a shadow. This is a tricky thing you got here. Pipe World would be my pet choice. I don't know if y'all are like... I say it, but like, is it a good pick? A separate Pipe World. I would like it. Beach, mountain, I feel like those are two fuck, ass, motherfucker. I forgot to do the gimmick. I feel like those two are such like common requests that I could see both of them being in there. I guess mountain is sort of like the sky in New You, so it would be a case of taking one theme and turning it into a new separate theme, so maybe Pipe World actually isn't that different? Oh, that's actually kind of nice. I thought it would totally... I didn't expect it would work that way, but these are one-way things for these guys. That's an interesting little, puzzle thing. Also, the theming here is really interesting. I like the way the slopes look. Themes, Odyssey Kingdoms. I don't know, like, what Odyssey Kingdoms aren't represented. New Donk, I guess, like, you know, Samo was saying a city theme. I do think a city theme would be cool. I do think about, like, wait, what the hell is... Oh, maybe this one, you have to, like, push the guy through and then... Wait, this guy would totally... How come this guy is able to come this way? I thought the idea was that they can't go past this. Oh, I got an idea. This is to hold him back. I like city. Let's go city. Haunted snow theme. I feel like that's an interesting idea, but like I do think these themes in Mario Maker should be somewhat archetypical, you know? They should be vanilla in a way. What else we got? I think we gotta put city on there. I think city... You know, I do think about things like New Donk City being one of the biggest locations for Mario in the last 10 years. There haven't been any, like... There's not... Do you think there might be some use of, like, a volcano theme separate from Bowser's Castle? Or would that be totally redundant? I feel like a mountain theme... Here's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say mountain theme can double as volcano, given, this dangerous to do. I'm gonna say that the volcano theme can, a mountain theme can count as volcano. Night and day and night are things as well. I'll say, for this category, I don't really want to think so much about, like, what the night gimmick would be, because I think we should talk about that under Maker Features. CP Hype, let's go, yeah. I got some ideas for that, let me say. So we got beach, we got beach, we got mountain, and I'm thinking city is a pretty decent third one. Can we get a fourth that's, like, equally good? You know, equally novel, unique, solid, etc. Would be... What holes are there? Nice, I think this guy is properly constrained now. Yes, okay. What other Odyssey kingdoms? What about, Wonder? Is there anything in Wonder that's really not represented? Beach, mountain. There's plenty of deserts already in the game. I'm trying to think. There's, like, the Flower Kingdom. There's, like, the Flower Plainsy area. There's the Enchanted Waterfall area. Would like a waterfall type thing work? There are some themes from like Sarasa Land that are worth considering. I almost feel like something of like a goofy fun... Oh god, hey. Some goofy fun time theme that's like, that's like toy blocks in 3D World would be cool. And maybe also, you know, split it up. I feel like any theme that is like a repeat of a existing theme, or like splitting off from an existing theme, is weird. If we can't think of anything that's like better than Pipeland, maybe Pipeland is just the answer. Sewer? That's not bad. I feel like underground already kind of covers sewer. That's I feel like aesthetically, like think about the more 2D styles, right? Like sewer and underground would be basically indistinguishable, other than the absence or presence of muck, which I'll say, you know, not to spoil Maker features and the ideas I have for that, and, you know, you all, of course, we all should come up with our own ideas in addition, but I do think that, like, those should be unmarried to the themes, unmarried to the styles, you know. Should be able to have those whenever. Looks like we're done. Hell yeah. Let's go. Nice level. Hit it. Let's hit complete and pull up the next. Next up is Rock Party. Oh, I hope I didn't accidentally just type in the document by doing the thing. Rock Party has been... Rock Party, you're here, right? Autumn? An autumnal stage would be nice, though I think I have a better idea, you know, there'll be some more ideas down the line as far as, like... I think that recolors of existing themes should be covered by some other bit of feature that maybe could be under themes, but I would classify it as a more of a broader feature, personally. Rock Party is here. Let's see the document again. Where we're at with that. Document. Okay, great. Simple themes. Beach, mountain / volcano. Luigi's Mansion is suggested. Pipe World, City, Toy Box. I think... Let's take some off. I feel like Luigi's Mansion is just Ghost House. That's... I don't think we should have that. Again, we should remember that we are looking for some nice... For like, good entries on a bingo. Beach, mountain, volcano, Pipe World, City. I'm gonna take off Toy Box. I feel like Toy Box. Toy Box is really fun. Bridge would be an interesting one. Rainbow Road. Rainbow Road or like a... I'm gonna say I think 5 is enough, so we should decide on one more. And we don't need... These 5 will be the themes, let's say. So Rainbow Road is pretty good. Can we put Rainbow Road / Bridge? Or like Bridge? Because that was a theme in the original Super Mario World. Desert Sky? Kind of a combination of 2 existing. The only one other I can think of is like Waterfall. Maybe 4 is enough. 4 is enough for now. Sea Cave? Like an alternate water theme? Alternate water theme's not bad. Though I think maybe just any archetype should be swimmable, I feel like. Just in general. But that's an idea. Let's do this next level, and we'll try to come up with an additional theme or 2 by the end of it, and then we'll move on to styles after that. Themes are hard, because I do feel like the problem is Mario Maker 2 kind of has all the best ones already. It kind of has all the best ones already. Like, I know that there is a independent, like, there is like a Mario Maker mod thing that is sort of like Mario Maker but on the PC, and they do add some additional themes. I will say, for the record, I did watch like 2 seconds of a video of that, and I did see like, oh, there's like a mountain theme in that. Interesting. So like, I don't want to just say like, you know, I'm copying that, but you know, I don't want that to be the thing that we do. But I will say, mountain theme's been thrown around for a while. Outside of that context even, I think it is okay to put on the wish list as a result, you know. And we're doing Rowdy Pipers again. Hello, Junior the Disney fan. Right now we're thinking about themes, you know, like pipes or again, the category right now. We're trying to wish list and trying to come up with ideas for Mario Maker 3 while playing levels. And for the top category of themes, these are what we have. Let's see if we can come up with a 4th by the end here. But then again, 4 is kind of plenty, wouldn't you say? They're not gonna have 4. Savannah is a fun one. That would be a hell of an interesting pick if Savannah was it. Let me think about Tropical Freeze. There's Mangrove, that's like a swamp. There's European, that's like a plain. Savannah's pretty good. I kind of like Savannah. I feel like it would be more likely if it had been in any Mario game other than Mario Kart World. That's a thing to think about, though. Mario Kart World. Are there any archetypes, themes in Mario Kart World that should be represented in... It has, like, just basically most of the basic archetypes. There's a snow area. There's... Oh! I got it! I fucking got it! Space! What do you think? Space? Let's put space on there and have that be the 5th. How do you feel about that? I do think we should, you know, I feel like space is a good pick, you know. You got Galaxy. Of the, like, Super Mario Land 2 worlds that were in Land 2, I feel like space is the most, like, you know, comes up in other games, you know. And hell, you know, Rainbow Road could be in space. There absolutely could be, like, some Rainbow Road style, like, theming options for your space archetype. You know, like semi-solids and stuff that have, like, a Rainbow Road type vibe, you know, like the bridges in that theme could be like could be like rainbow style very easily. There is of course the fact that the night themes all have sparkly spacey skies behind them, but I do think a proper space archetype would work. And like maybe, you know, they could stand to rethink how nighttime works. What do you think? Do you like space? I guess the question is like, what would it look like? Would it be just like moon surface like in TTYD? I mean, it'd depend on the theme, right? I do feel like space is not a world that like always Mario is going to, you know, but it is a very classic platformer aesthetic. You know, Mario Galaxy. That's huge on space. As I think about it, I do then start wondering, like, okay, space. How exactly is it different from a night theme? And, like, is space such of a concrete theme that, like, you could imagine it in Super Mario Bros. 1 without it being, like, just sort of redundant, you know? We got here again for the first time tonight. Do this. Left, right, stay right, left. Then right at the end. Okay, crap. I think this is the first time we died on that last swamp. Let's go. Is there anything Super Mario from like Super Mario 64? Mario Sunshine. I feel like a tropical theme would really help for Sunshine type levels, and a space theme would conversely help for Galaxy type levels. So those two would be perhaps like the most natural inclusions you could think of. I say, that seems like a stretch. I do wonder, you gotta wonder about the meta here. About, like, you know, if we're including... you know, I would consider, like, maybe for balancing's sake, maybe some entries on the bingo, repeat them twice, you know, weight them higher, so they're more likely, so people are more likely to get a better board. World Maker has space as a theme? Okay. Well, I came up with it without knowing that was already a thing in that game, so, you know, we can, that custom thing, so, yeah, let's go ahead and have that be the thing. We shouldn't crib off World Maker entirely for this, but for the record, just tell me, how many additional themes does World Maker have? Have we named them all? If you're gonna tell me it has like 40 or something, you know, then like, oh well, that's right out. Just space and volcano? Oh, it is volcano. It's not a mountain theme. Oh, I thought that was a mountain theme when I was looking at that video. Again, I only saw like a minute of footage of it. I saw some like advanced block features. I saw one enemy, the like big gear looking motherfucker from I forget which game. Yeah, let's go space on there. You mean in the Super World editor? Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, there is totally a space theme in the Super World thing. I thought you meant like I thought that was the name of whatever that mod thing is that we shouldn't be cribbing from, but I am aware exists and has like, you know, some community-made answers to all these questions, you know. That's a good point. The world maker does have it. You can make one of your 8 worlds. I mean, there's an additional question. Do you think there'll be additional worlds? World themes for, like, the world maker? You know, currently there's 8, and you can do exactly 8 worlds. I feel like this might go more effectively under, like, Other. So maybe put it under Other, but not sure if that constitutes a maker feature. By the way, for the maker feature category later on, I'm pretty much thinking about features that go into the creation of a level, and just a level, not like anything outside the making tools, basically, for that part. So, world making tools, I think, fall into Other. We can go ahead and jot down, like, additional worlds. I think, like, that is a good square on the bingo card. It's just like, yes, there will be additional world themes for the world maker. In fact, I'd be surprised if it wasn't just, like, the world maker was expanded. And, 2 things for Other, real fast. Just, apropos of nothing, while we're thinking about it. World maker, additional themes, world maker, support for larger worlds. Worlds with more than 5 levels. And probably, like, you know, if I had to bet, I'd also say, like, the grid would be, like, it could go larger. You know, you could, like, do more squares in your grid. Yeah, like 10 levels or something. I think that'll happen. Put that in there, 06i. Put that under Other for us. Thank you. That's good. That's real, solid there. You want 16 worlds, Lord Bowser? I could see reason for, like, 9 or, like, 10. You know, I feel like a bonus world is just oftentimes a thing that you want. I would say my bet would be we could put larger worlds, larger/more worlds as like a single bingo, entry. I feel like that's you can combine those, and if either one that gets met, you get the square. I feel like a just general expansion and capacity for the worlds just is a no-brainer. And then, like, additional themes just goes hand in hand with that. I would say they should have more themes than they have maximum worlds. So if you can have 10 worlds, they should have, like, 12 themes. You know, and, you know, that'll help insofar as, like, people making their own custom deal. Would there be, like, a ghost house? I feel like naming and including squares for, like, themes, extra themes where... Here we go again. Extra themes we don't know if they're gonna have is a little bit, wasteful, but I'll say ghost house or city theme for the world. Ghost house, city, like a toy box, like some sort of fun time amusement looking area. I don't know how that makes sense. Get a pipe world theme for the world maker, and that would go hand in hand with like a separated pipe theme that was for archetypes other than 3. Okay, here we go. Hold. Now hold right. What the fuck? How is that not it? How is that not it? I hold right. I held right. Is it... Do I need to, like... What did I do wrong there? Do I need to, like, press right? Maybe I need to, like, swerve a little bit to the left and then come right so that I have the momentum to make the thing. Oh my god, that's... I've never seen such a thing. I've never realized that... That's mean. That's really mean. Timer is up. Get up to 5 tries. Let's go. I don't know what the four would be, but I bet they'll do some additional. They should have a Rainbow Road. A Rainbow Road world would make sense for or like a special, you know, in like the World Maker. Or like just stars, just like a star archetype. That would make sense for your like secret star worlds, I think. Yeah, sort of like a space / Rainbow Road would be my thing. We can maybe put space / Rainbow Road just to like hedge bets, you know, and make it so that it's like if either happens. And I imagine, like, some archetypes would be more of a Rainbow Road, and others would be more of, like, Space Rock and Moon type, construction. I died there, like, twice in a row. That's not good. But, yeah, let's go with that. Oh, by the way, if you're wondering, if anyone's watching this VOD and they haven't seen any of the other ones, I played this level many a times. Oh, also, I don't think I mentioned the way in which this works at the top of the stream. I set a timer, and if the timer runs out, I have 5 tries. And if someone's not here when, you know, before their level is played, instead of doing that, I do it in very nearly but not quite sudden death, wherein I only have 2 tries. So that's how it works, and that's why I'm asking for confirmation in between levels. Thank you for the level, Rock Party. That was, as always, a good one. Let me dismiss it and get up the next one. I think it's time for the next thing. Let's quickly pull up the dock again. Pull up the dock once again. We got space, we got, so, for themes, we got space, we got beach, we got mountain / volcano, we got pipe world, and we got city. I think that's a good list. Let's go with that. Alright, I'm putting, the document down now, and let's start up the next, category. Next category is styles. That is to say, games, like, new Super Mario Brothers and Mario Brothers 1 and Mario Brothers World, Mario World, things of that nature. I think, like with styles, we should only have like a couple of them, all things concerned, at the end of the day. So let's try to narrow it down to like 4 or 5 possible games. Let's start off with the 2 obvious ones. Yes, Wonder. Wonder is obvious. We all agree on Wonder. Actually, there's only one obvious one. It's Wonder, because that was the latest 2D game. It has a unique style. And, yeah. Samo says Odyssey. Put Odyssey on the list, but I do think there's other 3D things to consider. Yoshi's Island, says 06i. I was gonna say that. That was my other obvious one, because personally, I have been like saying Yoshi's Island as the additional theme for like years and years and years. With its like hand-drawn style, I feel like it is just the most natural. Fuck me. That was... I feel like it is the most crafted 2D, pure 2D that you could get. I will say that since then, you know, 3D Wonder has come out, which is also hand-drawn or, you know, looks 2D and all. But I think, for the purposes of this list, I think we go Wonder, Yoshi's Island. I do think we should talk about like 3D games, because there's a bunch of them. You know, there's Odyssey, there's Sunshine, there's Galaxy, there's Mario 64. Personally, if you ask me, and this honestly kind of surprised myself thinking about it, I think the pick might be 64. Think about it. It has the most unique aesthetic with its like polygonal, like lo-fi look. It has plenty of archetypes that are pretty basic in nature, you know, they're not like complicated or like really high concept, because it was like the first 3D game, so like, you know, it's a pretty basic mountain that game has. It's a pretty basic... Does it have a beach other than in the DLC? I feel like I would put 64 up there. What do y'all think? How do y'all feel about 64 versus Galaxy versus like Sunshine? Sunshine is too limited. You can't do as many themes as you need for a game like this. You know, Sunshine is right out. We got suggestions from the YouTube here. Mario Kart World. Mario Kart World is an interesting one. It is a very beautiful game. The only thing I wonder there is it that different from just like, you know, 3D World, for instance? Galaxy, Odyssey, 64. I think of those, you go 64. And I'll say, like, I've never been a big 64 person. I played it pretty late in the game. I played it, like, only when it came out on the DS, and then even then, I didn't, like, love it. But I do think, stylistically and, like, aesthetically, you should get something N64 style on there. Worth considering other spin-offs other than... We should consider other spin-offs other than Mario Kart, because there is an obvious one that has a very different aesthetic, and that would be Paper Mario. Mario and Luigi also worth considering. I don't think it makes the cut. This feels like a Sakura tree? Like a cherry tree, yeah, gotcha. It's some sort of tree, yeah. Sort of feels like we're inside a big wooden house? That looks like a house. Stairway to the Fangjing Temple is the name of this. That's, I guess, what it's going for. Like an ancient wooden structure. I say ancient, I assume all temples are ancient? I don't know. They make new temples sometimes when they burn down or, you know, need repairs and are still in active use. They're like churches. They build new churches. They build new temples. I feel like Paper Mario would be a good one. Put that on there for now. I do feel like, you know, just stylistically, I would worry about them taking too much from the newer games. Too much from, like, I would hate it if, like, Mario had a white outline. I would be so irked every time I saw that. And for that reason, I'm a little bit, like, What do you think is the most used item in Mario Maker? On-off blocks. Or something basic like coins or something. But on-off block. And on-offs are just very, very useful and used in a lot of, like, the most flashy levels. Ooh, never mind. Blue plats. Blue plats are the most commonly used item, I think. There's a lot of levels that just go heavy and hard on blue plats. It's practically a genre unto itself, and you can't say that about any other, you know, gizmo, I don't think. Unless by item you mean power-up, or coin, or other collectible, which is what the game terms as an item. In which case... Mushrooms? Coins? It's coins. Coins is the most used item. It's obviously coins. Thank you, thank you. I don't know that we need to talk that much more about games. Let's have a look at where we are in the document right now. And, also let me end timer and hit complete and pull up the next one. As I do. Complete. Combine all Galaxy, Odyssey, and 64 in one. I just don't think that's viable. I mean, I guess it could be like a 3D game. Mario 64 / Galaxy / Odyssey. I guess you could do that. Wonder, Yoshi's Island, Odyssey. Put 64 on there. I want to say one more thing, which is here's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna veto Paper Mario, but let's put on there. Let's put on there Mario 64. Oh, there you go. You got it. And I got my keyboard. I'll type this in myself. And let's put in Mario Land 1/2. My bet is Mario Land 1/2. I feel like Mario Brothers... What do you guys think? Do you guys think that Mario Brothers 2 should be on the list? Like, seriously. Mario Brothers 2 is a very popular suggestion. I really just don't know it's really suitable for this sort of thing. Samo says, nah. Are we all in favor of having Odyssey over Mario Brothers 2? I feel like that's the conversation here. We have Mario Brothers 1 and the power-up therein. That is true. The power-up kind of covers it pretty effectively. We don't need a whole archetype of it. Sky Tower theme looking different from a normal castle, says Sugama. That is an interesting suggestion for the theme list. Sky Tower. I think take out city and put in like as a square. It's kind of awkward though. Like wooden tower maybe. That looks really weird. No, on a list. It feels like unjustifiable. Like, what the fuck is tower do? What does tower mean? Unless it was like carpentry again. Carpentry. Yeah, that's weird. Let's stick with the styles real fast. Yeah, not that many original enemies or themes. There's themes in Mario Brothers 2. I mean like USA specifically. Mario Brothers USA, not Lost Levels. Overgrown castle theme. I think let's go with this. Let's go with this. Let's have these be the 5. Wonder, Yoshi's Island. No. I'm vetoing. I'm gonna say, just for the likelihood, I feel like Super Mario Bros. 2 is just more likely and looks better on a bingo. I feel like this is gonna be a lot more likely to get us a bingo than Odyssey. You have a good one, Lord Bowser. And for that reason, another 3D. We could cover it. You know what? We'll do a combined. I feel like that's cowardly. It's cowardly to do a slash when there's really Not that much justification. Let's leave that as is. Let's leave this as is. This is the list. This is the list. Done. Done. Wonder. Yoshi's Island. Super Mario Bros. 2, Japanese version. Mario 64. Mario Land 1/2. Let's start the next category and play the next level, which is by Samo, by the way. Let me just get the document thing down. And at this point, we'll be getting to some more speculative stuff. Here's the next category. Game modes. What other game modes could there be? I'll be honest, I don't really have that many ideas. A Mario 35 Battle Royale? That's cool. I feel like some sort of here's what I'm gonna say. Instead of thinking like Mario's 35, I think maybe more like a more serious race mode, where it's more like asynchronous, or, you know, you're not playing in the same space, you don't have to be on the same screen, you don't affect each other's, like, worlds. Is that the way that I feel like a race where everyone had their own instance, and it was just whoever gets to the end first, vanilla style, more serious, more like Mario Wonder than like you know, the new U games. I would say maybe put that down as like a Mario Wonder type race mode. Super World Race? Ooh. That's a good idea, Sugama. A Super World Race mode would be kind of cool. I just don't... We can put a Battle Royale on there. Go ahead and put a Battle Royale, and we'll see if we have, if there's room for it. Let's look for, like, 5, like with the previous, you know... This is definitely a category where they're not going to add that many. They're probably going to add, like, 4 tops. Probably, like, 2 or 3, honestly. Go to uploaded. Go to most popular. Okay. You got it. What would that be? 100, there's 200 and something. 200 is the highest I've seen. 200 it is. I'm going by basis of plays here. That might also be highest in hearts as well. It's unclear. Let's go. So we got Asynchronous Wonder. What? Huh? Whoa. You call that a level? Okay. Go on top and play Rainbow Road, please. Oh, is there like a... What was that? Let's... Okay, let me see it. Let me see it. Do another at least, you think? This was made for your little sis? Okay. I don't really get why anything, but, you know, if she likes it, that's cool. Good for her. That was too easy? Yeah, bye, your little sis. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. How's that your most favorite? Your most played? Is your little sis running around giving her code to all of her friends and family, of which there are 200 which there are roughly 200? We'll do another. Okay, yeah, that seems fair. How about this one? She is 4 though? That makes sense. You know, that makes sense for a kid. You know what? I'm not gonna judge here. On top, please. Oh, there's another. Oh, Rainbow Road is on top, is what you were saying. Oh, okay. I thought when you said that one, you meant the one that I was on. Must have been a little bit of a delay insofar as, like, communication there. I got you. Okay, where is... Where is it? Oh, there it is. I played this one. Okay. I saw one with like 7. That's more. This is an auto level. Let's go. Mario Run can give inspiration for modes. A Toad Rally. Yeah. I'll say, like, I've never played that many of the, other single-player modes in this, nor the multiplayer modes. I mostly just stick to playing levels regularly. Tag, 10 players thrown in a map, one has to do something like a hot potato. I mean, honestly, like a battle mode would be interesting. I'm gonna say we should let's cover that with like a battle mode option where people can make levels specifically tailored for like some sort of conflict or like, you know, a versus type situation. And I feel like there could be some really interesting design around, like, you know, who can survive the longest in a enclosed space, you know, and such. Maybe make it like best of 5 or something. Put that in as like a battle mode. That seems like a plausible multiplayer mode. Thank you, Samo. Let's go ahead and get the next one out. Let's go ahead and hit complete, get the timer down. And Sugama, who has been chatting. Excellent. You are up, you are here. Let's go ahead and punch in your code. A battle mode makes a lot of sense. Here we have network play, endless challenge, leaderboards. Do you think there's any sort of like call for like an additional endless challenge mode? What if there was something like a draft mode or like a choose your own adventure mode that was like endless, but you had like a choice of levels each time? That just seems like a less interesting endless, you know? Endless, but you get to avoid the level that looks like a pain in the ass. Some sort of like make you a super world type mode I think would be cool. Some sort of additional campaign mode. I'll say, and this might be cheating, I will say brand new story mode. Equally long story mode. Throw that in there. I think that'll be one. And that's an easy one. Play the newest level. You got it. Story world. Okay, here's what I'm gonna say. Story mode with a world map. That's what I'm gonna put on the list. That I feel like after the super world feature was implemented, I feel like they're gonna want to like blow that up a little bit. And what better way to demonstrate that with a more sophisticated like world map for the story mode that's like very detailed and stuff, and maybe showing off additional features of like how you can further customize story modes. Story mode 2. That's a good way to play it. To put it. Let's do this level, and then we'll call it for this particular category. I feel like we got enough ideas as far as modes are concerned. Do we have any other ideas? I feel like modes are just a really hard thing, especially because, like, honestly, I feel like I don't give too much of a fuck about any mode but play the damn game. But, like, you know, Nintendo probably will want to have a couple. You know, I could see, like, also just having the tier list, having the bingo just say, like, 2 new modes. Because, like, that is just such a surefire bingo, you know, whereas, like, specifying the modes, that's more difficult, you know. But I think we should be specific and have specific ideas and, you know, we are specific and we have specific ideas, so that much is covered. There be any call for like a hard mode? No, you can just do that based on difficulty. It can't be something like, you know, I could picture it being like, oh, you know, it takes out the power-ups out of regular levels and, you know, does others type bullshit in like a random way. Could there be like a chaos mode that's like, ooh, I like that. Mario Maker 1 had a quest board where you can do daily challenges on levels. Yeah, something of like a daily level. I feel like that would be like a surefire thing. You know, there's the ninja mode already. More regular ninjas, I feel like. I will say, some of these ideas might go more under like a discovery, like a featured level would be a really good discovery feature. You know, right now there's no curation in Mario Maker. A little bit of curation probably would help a lot, but, you know, something of like a daily level that, like, you know, the game puts over and, you know, puts in front of everybody. And, you know, maybe it's, like, made by the community. It's, like, an actual person's level, rather than something Nintendo has made. I feel like that would be a compelling thing. Yeah, like, let's put that as more regular daily levels / ninja levels. More regular ninja levels. Let's call it a ninja level. You get it. You get what that is, other than you know, the meaning is clear. All right, let's thank you for the level. I am hitting complete, and I am pulling up the next, which is Freddy Fazbear. Hell yeah, Freddy, let's go. Complete. Freddy Fazbear was just chatting a second ago. The queue is longer than 3, isn't it? No, it's 3. Okay. Keep getting levels in there, folks. Let me refresh and make sure that my Warp World on my phone is up to date. Yeah, no. Seems like kind of a low count, but I guess people are busy coming up with ideas. Remember, folks, you can always resubmit after your level gets played. Put that back in queue, and right now the queue is pretty damn short, so, you know, pretty nice, pretty good. There's no message for meow currently, Nabbits, but hello. Freddy was just chatting. I think Freddy's good. Here is the document again. Let's look over this list of modes. How many do we got? 4 modes. We got a Mario Wonder type race. We got, hang on one second. Let me get it up on my computer so I can see it over there. We got daily level challenges. We got a versus battle mode. We got story mode with world map. Put one more thing, a world-based race. Super World Race. I feel like that might be too long, you know? Or like maybe a single world. Put multi-level race. Put multi-level race rather than Super World Race. Let's hedge a little bit here. Maybe it would be just like best of 5 levels or something, or like some other distinction. Perfect. I think that's a really good list there. Mario Wonder type race versus battle mode, daily level challenges, story mode with world map, and a multi-level race. Excellent. Okay. Freddy is still here, by the way. Excellent, because so am I. And it's time for the next category. Maker features. Now, let me be clear what I mean by maker features. What I mean is basically things that are in the course maker. Things such as, in this game, the auto-scrolling, timer stuff, clear conditions, things of that nature, verticality. This is maybe going to be a more packed category, I think, because it is pretty all-encompassing, and I think there's tons of things that we can mention and come up with. First off, oh yeah, you could put in game share co-op making into the modes. That's a good one. I forgot about that. I think that does go into modes. You're right on the money there. That's a good one. More what I'm thinking as far as maker ideas go, maker features go, is first off, palettes. I think every theme should have. You think that's maker features? Okay, that's fine. You can put it there. I won't mind. Put it there, yeah. Palettes, color palettes. I think every theme should have 4 to 6, maybe 5 color palettes that let you recolor each archetype, you know, with preset color schemes. I don't think they would be, like, customizable. I don't think you would choose your own colors per the template, but I do think it would be like, you know, you want an autumnal forest, you can get that. You know, you want your toy box to be blue? Yeah, sure, why not? You know, I think that alternate color schemes, somewhere between 3 and 5, is a natural maker feature. And a perfect inclusion, a perfect addition to the game. Second, another to jot down real fast, level size. I think right now we have, like, wide levels, you know, that go, like, all the way left to right and are, like, 2 screens high. And we got, like, narrow, tall levels. I think one additional type that is more like a box, more like a 4x4, would be a nice additional option. So, like, box-shaped levels, or, like, additional size options. By whichever way you put it, like, box-shaped levels. Let's say square levels. 1-1, it's a Kaizo, no checkpoints. Ooh, let's go. Let's do it. This is different from what you usually do, Freddy. It's pretty cool, though. Wait. Hang on. I was gonna say, it was feeling pretty natural, and then I died, and also I'm not sure, like, what you would do on that screen anyhow. Haven't quite worked it out yet. Let's see if we can get it this time. Oh! You just go under. I didn't notice that you could do. You need to, like, ride the skull plat some more. It's... Oh, I see. There's an invisible block there. You gotta do the invisible block before the shell passes you. I see. I got it right before you suggested it, Freddy. I realized that. Very good. Additional maker features. Let's think. Shout out to the latest Dr. Stone episode. Oh yeah, that's going places. Holy shit. Additional maker features. Like thunder outside? I think there's thunder outside. I think we can do this, honestly. I think we're gonna manage it. Ability to remove the timer. Parentheses, you still have to clear yourself with 500 seconds. but you can remove it for players. No timer for players, or just limitless, no timer levels. I feel like, you know, I would bet on there being a timer for, like, the uploader, but I feel like there's a lot of levels that would benefit from having no timer, and for those, that's really cool. These are some really cool setups right here. And for those, they'd really do so. Weather effects? I could see, like, modifiable background, like background options, you know what I mean? Like, if you can set a different background, and that would alter the flavor of a level significantly. Like, if you wanted there to be a storm in the background, for instance, regardless of daytime or nighttime, that would be good. Speaking of nighttime, there is an obvious thing that I feel like we need to say, and we need to say multiple times, which is that mix and match night effects. Night effects completely removed from the limitation of having to use them in specific archetypes, you know? So like, if you want to just have a... If you just want to have some poison, you can do. Ooh, that's gonna be a hard jump. If you just want to have poison or water or upside down or wind, all that can be done. And indeed, you can do a couple of them at once, maybe. Put it down as mix and match night effects. Or unrestrained night effects. Not sure which way is more clear, but I feel like mix and match sort of gets the idea across. Untethered from the previous way that night effects work. Is there any additional night effects that we would ask for, that you would want? I'll say I was kind of thinking about this before the stream, like yesterday, and I couldn't for the life of me think of any particular wacky effect that, like, is not already in Mario Maker. Gravity blocks? I feel like that's a gizmo. I don't feel like that's a... I feel like that goes under gizmos. That's more of a mechanical thing than, like, a night effect. Or, like, terrain. Maybe that goes under terrain. You think it would be, like, a background thing? Like in, you know, Mario Galaxy, it's like a background thing where it's like arrows pointing up ways and down ways. We'll think about that when we get to those, additional categories. It would be cool. Little late, but a playtest mode would be cool. But then again, maybe that's just covered by, like, you know, just covered by game share co-op making. Like, the ability to let someone try your level whilst they're not in the same room as you. And it's not completed yet for, like, prototyping and playtesting purposes. That's covered by the, by that co-op making option, which will definitely be in there, by the way. I'm so sure about it. Oh, and by the way, let me just say, mouse-based making is the free square of our bingo. That's a free square right there. You can put that under maker feature, but it is totally a free square. Hey Chard, how's it going? Glad you made it. We're trying to come up with, maker features. That is to say, features that are in the editor that you use to make levels. Ideas so far include such things as color palettes and, color palettes, co-op game making, and, okay. Oh, we really have to hustle there for that one. The P blocks will block our if we let them expire, they will block our business. I just can't think of any additional night modes that would be relevant, and I feel like so long as they were mix and matchable, that'd be good enough. A rising... No, I was about to say a rising floor. That's just basically the same. Or like a rising, bottom of the screen. You know, a fall zone or whatever you want to call it, a death plane. But that's just a lava level. That's, already covered. I feel like there could be, and this is like a potential. Okay, here's two things. One, additional... This is almost a free square, right? Additional variants of enemies, allowing for more complicated behavior. The other thing would be just more variants... A wider amount of variants as far as, like, different types of enemies, right? Like, what if you had a red, you know, red Monty Mole that was, like, immune to being stomped on, or, like, had a Shelmet on. That would be cool, like, if you combine... If, like... You know, in the original game, there was a lot of, like, you know, oh, you take a Goomba and, like, drag a power-up onto them. And that, like, changes the nature of the Goomba. It'd be cool if, like, enemies had more variants that were literally based off various power-ups, or various, like, you know, almost combinations with other interactable things. Like, if you could put a Shelmet on a bunch of enemies, for instance. And that just gave them jump immunity. I feel like that's a little bit too specific. Just greater variant variety. I don't think fully customizable. I don't think it'd be a thing where it's like, you know, say in like DKC, right? There's critters that are like jumping all the time. There's critters that are just walking, and you know, you could imagine a enemy system where it's like, okay, you choose the color, then you choose the different behavioral patterns. That's right, yeah. You choose the color, then you choose the behavior. I do think that won't happen. And I think that there's a good reason, which is that Nintendo always wants it so that if you see an enemy, you know how they're gonna behave in Mario Maker. You know? You don't have to, like, guess, like, oh, is this a jumping Goomba? Is this going to, like, jump with me Goomba? Is this going to, like, chase me at full speed Goomba? Like, I think they'd rather introduce enemies that had additional desired behavior versus, like, you know, having that sort of customization. What other things would y'all like in an editor? What other things would y'all like while making levels? I'll say a mode that makes it so you can't lose power-ups for, like, the purpose of Metroidvania-type levels, I think would be interesting. I could also see that as being an item, like, hell, I could see that being a cameo item, where, like, oh, you know, you get, like, an energy tank, and, you know, from, like, Samus, you know, from Metroid, and that unlocks, like, a Metroidvania mode. How long till limited lives? I'm not sure. I think, like, next up is items, right? I feel like the start of items and gizmos and gadgets and grounds and stuff, basically going through them in order that they are in the maker, would be a good time to start, the lightning round. It is, like, 7:30, so it's about the right time. Take a pause after this level just to look at the maker tools in-game and see if we can spot things that are obvious, that obviously need improving, just looking at them. Sound effects. We didn't mention sound effects. Custom, more music, better music selection, better music modification. Put music options so that you can like do it other than like doing a sound effect. I feel like that would be a lot more natural and smooth. I would put that as more music options / music management. Timer's up. Time for 5 last tries. Ain't tagged in the Super Mario Maker 2 category? Wait, what? I thought I did update that. Is it under... Hang on, is it under the Fusion Frenzy like it was yesterday? I totally changed that in the, on the thing. There's no category? I thought I... Let me check that. That's a... I didn't realize that happened. There was something screwy going on with that yesterday. It wasn't letting me set that during the, at the end of last stream, which was weird. Let me see. No category. That's bizarre. Mario Maker 2. I swear I did set that on the thing, on the OBS. But I guess it didn't go through? What the hell is that about? Oh, I think I forgot to set the I did forget to set the category. I emptied the category and forgot to put in the thing. Okay, that was not a bug, that was me. Whoops. Oh well. Well, more people will file in now. So, that was silly. That does explain it. That does explain it. I didn't I didn't realize that was messed up. 5 tries, let's go. I feel like maybe this could go under like more sophisticated level options and include things like, you know, Metroid mode and like an instant restart mode. You know, such that I would classify that as special options for niche for certain level types. That's really wordy. How do we like convey that in a way that looks good on a bingo? Basically like advanced level settings. Let's call them advanced level settings. Don't know about you, but you're no longer feeling 22. It's your birthday today. Happy birthday, Chard. Let's go. I'm happy for you. Shit. What else for maker categories? Let's stop and think after this level. We have 1 try left. This is the final. I'll say we made it to the final jump. For that, I feel like the final 2 jumps, I guess. I think for that we can feel pretty good. But, you know, this is a tough level. I don't think it's fair that we, didn't do it. Ah, that guy was a little slow that time. That guy was a little slow. You got pizza? Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, Chard. Happy for you. Thank you for the level. Let me go ahead and, hit dismiss. And then, let's go ahead and, I'm gonna pull up the next one. It's Junior the Disney fan from the YouTube side. Junior was like chatting relatively recently, right? Maybe a bit ago. Please reconfirm, Junior. Hey, Coco Coco. Getting some folks in. We're getting some folks in. Let's look at this list of maker features and also look at the maker itself real fast, just to see if we can come up with... Junior is here, hell yeah. See if we could come up with anything additional. Let's see now. First, let's look at the list. Let's look at the document for maker for maker features. Free mouse mode, supermassive blocks. I'll say that'll go in terrain, I think. What? That's bizarre. Control V does the trick. Whatever. That goes under blocks, by the way, I think. Infinite timer, game share co-op making, background effects, universal night effects. That's a good term for it. Power up enemies. Let's say let's just call it wider, more enemy variants. Much more. I'm gonna say much more, and that's like, you know, if they make a point out of it and they say like, oh, we got like fire Goombas now. We got a bunch of weird stuff. You know, I think that'd be cool. That's what that means. Music management, advanced level settings. Instant refresh. Instant deaths. Instant respawns. Metroid mode. Like instant response / Metroid modes. We need a couple more here. We need color palettes. That needs to be in there. That was one that we discussed. Is there anything else? Oh, I don't know how to spell palette, I guess. Palettes is definitely up there. Is this it? Is this the list? Let's let me look in game real fast. Let's pull it up. You think another new style? No, I don't think any additional new styles would be in the cards. Though I do think the original new DS style would be fun. More Yoshis. That goes under a different category, a different thing, Sugma. Let me think here. We got course themes. We got auto scroll. Clear conditions, those will be just the same. Erase. This whole browser. And by the way, if you're wondering like where I get the names for the next like 5 cards, terrain, items, enemies, gizmos. Those are the categories we're talking about next, one by one. Yeah. Oh, we did discuss box size. One more that we need, I think, on the list here is box-shaped level. More customizable level dimensions. I'm gonna call that more customizable level dimensions. More flexible. Flexible. Isn't that a supermassive grid? Yes, and that would be ideal for things like, you know, say a Korra level from off of DKC. You know, like those levels tend to be, somewhat rectangular. Here's coral capers. You can see that's sort of a big box. Something like this would be possible with you know, square levels. You want to move in a backwards level dimension? Oh, that's cool, yeah. More flexible level layout. Let's call it layout and say that includes things like goalpost being in different spots, things of that nature. Anything else as far as maker features go? We got 10 of them, including mouse mode, which is free. I'm just gonna put this in a separate thing here. Instant respawn, Metroid mode. Is this it? Is this the list? Do we got anything else? I don't think there would be anything like programmable enemies. I don't think you'd be able to program your own enemies. I don't think you'd be able to... I think these features would fit my needs pretty well. What do y'all think? Anything else? Anything else? Going once, going twice? Is there anything that becomes more clear when I look at an actual level in the actual game? Left to right is a cool idea. A more box-shaped level, I think, would be cool. So you could do, like, you know, 4x4, it probably would have to have the same, like, general area either way. But, like, more flexible level layouts, I think, would make a lot of sense. More checkpoints, maybe? No, I don't think there'll be more checkpoints. Hello, Banana Zab. I think we're good. I think we got a good list of maker features. Once again, looking. Nothing here really makes me think anything I missed. Let me check a style that has auto scroll and stuff in it. Additional auto scroll features? I don't think so. I don't think there'd be additional auto scroll features. Maybe something that was like had the ability to go left and right, but other than that, I think the list that we have now covers the maker features that I would want. Again, here is the maker feature list. Let me read it, and then we'll... I think now is a great time to start the lightning round. Also, 06i is away for a bit, so, you know, you won't be able to put in for the next one for a bit. So here's maker features. Mouse mode, game share co-op making, color palettes, more flexible level layouts, infinite timer, background options, universal night effects, much more enemy, many more. Let's call that many more. Many more. Significantly more enemy variants, music management, better music management, and instant respawn and Metroid mode as like advanced level settings. Let's put infinite timer under advanced level settings. I feel like that too is more of a thing. You know what? I'm gonna put like no progress lost. That doesn't roll off the tongue, but I wouldn't be. You know, there are like red coin levels that would be. It would be very convenient if like, oh, you know, once you got a red coin in one of those levels, you just kept it even after death. You know, provided that, you know, you did the thing. You did the thing. That is making them with the mouse a feature. I wondered that too. I feel like that's a thing. Ooh, customizable red coin amounts. That's an interesting idea. That's a great idea, 06i. I feel like some of these maybe should be honorable mentions, like doesn't go into the bingo because like you're not gonna win with like customizable red coin amounts, but that is a good one. Red coin thresholds. That you could just use clear conditions for that though, if you want to have like a level where you can. That of course you can't do the checkpoints. You can't do the checkpoints that way. Key class levels. Key 1 opens door 1, key 2 equals door 2. I feel like that's something to be talked about in terms of like gizmos. Or like later on. But that is a thought of, you know, more sophisticated like specific keys for specific door type situations. I wouldn't call that a feature, a maker feature. I'll put that on there for now, because I do think it's a great idea. Let's move on. 06i is back, by the way, so perfect. Okay, that's maker features. Next up, 2 things. 1, the next category is terrain. That is to say, blocks. You know, if you look at the keep having to switch back between looking at the computer and looking at the game. In the course maker, terrain is specifically these 2 pages. So things like spikes, semi-solids, things that don't move generally, blocks, ice blocks, cloud blocks, hard blocks, note blocks, things like that. That's thing 1. Thing 2 is that, folks, it is time for the lightning round. From here on out, we will have 5 tries to beat each level that comes our way, and 7 under the following circumstances. You know what? Fuck it. Bonus heads for everyone today because of the special event stream. Everyone gets bonus heads regardless, no questions asked. So today, bonus heads for everyone, and they come in a lovely variety of forms. We're getting some already. Sinking sand terrain. I like that a lot. That's fun. That's a good addition for like a desert theme or like a beach theme. I could also see like water as terrain. 2 things here. Okay. 1, sinking sand terrain. 2, water as terrain. 3, this is an idea that we had earlier, and I think might be already in the documents, but super large blocks, e.g. Big Island from Mario Brothers 3. I want like double-sized blocks, double-sized question blocks, just like big island-sized blocks, I guess is what you would call that. I feel like that would be a great inclusion and like honestly one of the few bits of terrain that I could see them adding. 3rd thing, 4th thing, let's put on like steep slopes. Let's say steep slopes. How do we feel about steep slopes? I feel like that is just like you know, fairly likely. People like slopes, and even if it is not that useful, it would help for more natural looking level designs, I think. Silksong has some interesting terrain. Go on. What's interesting about Silksong's terrain? Trying to think like what terrain in other games is like worth considering. The crumbling ground. Ooh. Yeah, that's pretty good. It's a little bit like a donut block, you know, is the only thing. Like a donut block or, is there already something that crumbles in this game? Something of that nature. Snow terrain that made your jumps shorter as well. I feel like snow could be snow or could be sand. You know, either way. Maybe it depends on the archetype, whether it's snow or sand. But yeah, like, terrain that you sink in would be a good one. This is annoying, huh? Thank you, Junior, the thing. Put crumbling ground in there for now. That's a good one. Slanted semi-solids. Can we get diagonal semi-solids? I feel like diagonal semi-solids would be a pretty easy addition and would, you know, offer some additional level design options. By my reckoning, the ending has to be like right here. Perfect. Good. We got it. Thank you, Junior. Very good. Boy, howdy, there sure was a lot of terrain in that level, huh? There sure was a whole lot of terrain in that level. Truly a level of all times. That's right. That's right. I'm gonna hit, if you break blocks on top, you found a hack way. Huh? I didn't go all the way to the top. I went only part way. It was valid. It was valid. No exploit there. Nabbit is up next. Go ahead and confirm. Nabbit's Gaming and Disney channel. Gaming and Drawing channel. I'm mixed up your name with Junior's name for a second there. Go ahead and confirm. I'm going to put in chat so that you know to do so. And again, remember, bonus heads the whole way today. Bonus heads the whole way. Let's look at the doc again, see where we're at. Let me see if I need to scroll that by pulling it up myself. Yes, I need to scroll that. Let's go. Supermassive blocks, quicksand. Can we put slash snow? Placeable liquid, crumbling ground, sloped semi-solids. Yeah, that's just... Honestly, that's a pretty good list. I was trying to think about terrain before the stream, and, like, the only thing I could think of was supermassive blocks, so, you know... I mean, I guess I did think of placeable liquid as well, but we got some good ones. Do we want to do one more level? We want to do, like, Nabbit's level before we move on to the next category, see if we can think of anything further. Let's do one more level before we move on to the next category, which I believe is enemies, or no, it's items. Items is the next one, which you know, terrain is how much can you do with terrain? But items, enemies, man, those two are gonna be doozies. Those are doozies right there. I don't see Nabbit, by the way, so right now it'll be in sudden death if Nabbit does not confirm by the time we're in the level. I'll say Nabbit can confirm after the fact, and we'll, you know, get some lives for us. What other terrain options are there? There's, like, tough terrain, maybe? There's, like... I mean, there's already terrain that's you can only destroy with, like, bombs and stuff. So we don't really need anything like, oh, you know, this is tough terrain. It can get destroyed by a shell, but only, like, if you hit it multiple times or something. That's silly. We don't need anything like that. Nothing else really coming to mind. What are we doing here? Super Mario Remastered 1, 2. Busy World Tour, Level 1. Which one of these is the most terrain-like, you think? A Deadly Volcano Rumble? Additional options for clouds would be cool. Like, I guess what else would you do with clouds? We already have cloud platforms in the 3D world style. We have clouds that you can ride, and we have cloud semi-solids, which are, you know, always a good option for, you know, a semi-solid if you don't need the bottom side, you know, you don't need the background part of it. Or you need, like, a single square of a semi-solid. Or, you know what I mean. Yeah, a single square of a semi-solid. Would there be terrain? We already have one-way doors, so we already have a way to make it so, like, oh, you know, you can enter this from any other direction other than, you know, other than the main one. Interesting. We're now going to climb back. Ooh, geez. Assuming that doesn't happen again, we're going to climb all the way back. That's cool. That's a cool idea for a level. What else is good in so far as, like, other games? I'm trying to think. Other game platforms. There's platforms that you can fall. What about, blocks that you can climb on? What about blocks that you can hang on and climb? Climbable walls. Would that be cool? I feel like there was something earlier, wall related, that's slipping my mind. What is this door for? Oh, just like a free power-up if you like it. I could see climbable walls. I could also see that being a little bit pointless since there's already vines and those work perfectly well for climbing up on. It'd be cool if they had the red blocks from World 3 of the thing where you hit the thing on the world map and it does blocks. That'd be cool for, like, super worlds, but yeah, like, playing the levels individually, it'd be awkward. What about a terrain that lets you walk on walls? Yeah, I think, like, gravity blocks. Let's say gravity blocks, and have that be how the Mario Galaxy blocks would work. Let's put that on there. I was thinking either that as, like, a gizmo or, like, a, you know, like a gizmo that you place into the background, but... What do you think? Is that a block or is that a gizmo? Gravity. Is that something you put on? I do think if it was a block, you would have to have, like, a slider to be like, okay, extend the gravity, like, this far out in this direction. You know, and that controlled, like, a background thing that extended out from the block. That'd be kind of awkward. I think we classify that as a gizmo. And just have, like, gravity fields that you can stretch in any direction and be like, you know, make them bigger, make them smaller, and make you so that you can walk on walls if you're close enough. Yeah, you can put that down, 06i, but put it under gizmos for now. And that's like gravity field. Let's call them gravity fields. Galaxy-style gravity fields. Thank you for the level. Yeah, it might be a gizmo. Alright, let me go ahead and hit complete. Thank you for that. That was really good. I quite enjoyed that. I like the little Silksong badge that you have, 06i. That's really very cool. Ground crumbles as you walk on it. Yeah, we got that one already, yeah. No, gravity would be like a gravity field. You know, like in Mario Galaxy where you can, like, let me explain. A gravity field would be like, oh, you know, you have, like, this wall here, and then there's, like, a thing in the background, presumably acting like some of the background pieces that we have, like this and stuff. And it'd be like a big field of arrows pointing towards the thing. And so long as you were in that field, you could, you know, walk this way. And yeah, it would be like a big field that you could expand and contract, move around. Yeah. It'd be a gizmo. It'd be a gizmo. I think we got enough terrain. I think we're good on terrain. Next up is 06i, who is here, by the way. Perfect. So, yeah, let's have a look at the full document here and see what we got for terrains. Just 5, and I think that's a good number. I feel like, honestly, that's more than I thought was there in the first place. So we got super massive blocks. That includes bricks and question mark blocks, by the way. Quicksand/snow, placeable liquid, crumbling ground, and sloped semi-solids. Excellent. I think that's an excellent list of things. And also gravity fields has been added to Gizmos. Thank you for the little marble hunt. Marble run. I don't know where I got hunt from. Run has 2 of the letters of hunt. Marble hunt would be a good name. There's multiple names that are good. I think this is a good list of terrain, and definitely more than I went in thinking we would get. So I you know, hand it to you guys. You did good. You've done good here. I think this is an excellent list here. How's it going? Good. If you're wondering, Marble Run, the gimmick of today's stream is that we're doing a wish list for Mario Maker 3 while we're doing the viewer levels. So feel free to contribute. What about small blocks? That'd be kind of fun, I guess. I don't, you know, I feel like I want to veto the mini blocks, the mini mushroom. I don't like that very much. I don't think anyone's really liked it. I don't think Nintendo's gonna add it. That's not gonna make the cut. It's a good thought though, Chimichanga. That's a good thought. Also, like things that have to do like a subgrid, you know, like a block that's smaller, like that's awkward for so many reasons if they had to implement like a smaller, more precise grid for things like small blocks. I don't see that happening. Remember, and also, by the way, part of the gimmick is we're gonna make a bingo using these wish list items, so we should have these be good ideas that are likely somewhat possible to happen. Okay. Add slabs in Mario Maker a la Minecraft. Ha. Let's do the next one. Next category is items, power-ups, and collectibles. Again, if we look in the Maker here, we'll see what this existing category is, and of course this varies per game, per style, but the item category is coins, is things like red coins, is things like all the power-ups, stars, 1-ups, shoe Goomba somehow? Basically just this square. This single tile. I feel like we will have tons for this one. Star coins, that's You mean like I could see star coins insofar as like star coins is a good suggestion. Something that, like, tracks additional progress in a level, right? Like, if you go through a level and you get the star coins, they're marked on the thing. You know? Like, I feel like that should be a Maker feature. Like, 10 coins, Lord's coins can be tracked at the, you know... Like, when you went to a course that you've cleared before, right? It would be cool if, like, there was a spot that was, like, collected coins, you know, collected big coins. And it just showed, like, how many big coins you had collected of the total. Let's put that on the list of, put that under other, actually. Big coin tracking / star coins. I think that's more of a feature than it is an item. But that's a really good one. I like the way your head is at. Blue Koopa Shell. That's an interesting one. The Golden Fire Flower. I don't think that's gonna happen, but we can put it on for now. Let's start by just putting on as many we can think of. To that end, Penguin Suit absolutely goes on. I think we put Penguin over Ice Flower, even though they're basically the same thing. They're not that different. I feel like Ice Flower does not get the cut. Penguin does. Elephant. I do think Elephant makes the cut, and I'm not so sure about any of the other power-ups from Mario Wonder. We could just put Mario Wonder power-ups, Or maybe that's just implied when you say Mario Wonder style, is that, yes, it would come with Mario Wonder power-ups. But, you know, I do think Elevant is worth a square, and will probably almost definitely be confirmed, like, pretty quick-like. Remember, we get bonus heads on all of our business here. So, let's do the business. Do it. Okay, this is a quick level. Let's go. Let's gotta, like, fly? Is this an auto? No, I don't think so. This is short and sweet, though. I don't know quite. Actually, I don't know that I was dead there, so I'm not gonna count it. I should wait and see if I die before I, go. Yeah, I was dead. I am now dead. Okay, death confirmed. Death confirmed. Got a spin jump there. And, use that to get under the lava. Huh. This is an interesting level you found for us, 06i. Oh, that's, like, gets rid of the block if you let it. Oh, wow, that's, actually surprisingly cool. Power-ups. There's so many goddamn power-ups. Hammer suit. We gotta say hammer suit. Hammer suit gotta be in there. Anything for, like, Mario Brothers 1. I do feel like Mario Brothers 1 could use a flying power-up, I think. What would be a good flying power-up for Mario Brothers 1, do you think? Do you think that would be necessary or no? Ooh, that was fast. 06i, you do have an instant refresh as a subscriber, which I'll say, let me just say, subscribers on the Twitch side, who give me money, have a extra feature insofar as they can, oh wow, I broke through the wall there. Have an extra feature, they can refresh lives. Sure enough, there 06i goes. Hang on, let me just daisy. Okay, I need to remember to do that before stream, or else it gets all screwed up. Thank you for the instant refresh, 06i. Let's do this. P-switch coins and red coins are items that reward you for a thing. Ooh, speaking of that, we need to, like, make sure we're clear of them. Stay, like, centered for longer. Speaking of that, green coins, like in the news sense, the coins that you get that reward an item. That's I think those are just a natural pick and a good inclusion. P-switch coins? Oh, I see what you mean. Like, those would be the ones where, like, you go through. Also, those green ones are such that you, like, go through a hoop or something, and then once you go through the hoop, jeez. You go through the hoop, it spawns some coins on a timer. Yes, I think we should have those. Absolutely, put those on there. Here we go. Here we go. Shit, we're getting really far though. Hoop coins, that's right. As far as other power-ups go, let me, we'll pull up the maker real fast just to look at the themes and see if we can just think, like, game by game. Hammer for 3. 3 gets hammer. World gets, what does world get for an additional item? Bee-shroom? Ooh, that'd be a good one. Bee-shroom, cloud flower, mega mushroom, wing cap. Let's put just collectively Mario Galaxy power-up. And that can be Boo, it can be the Cloud, it can be the, it can be B, it can be any of those. Honestly, B Mario for Mario Brothers 1 would be a pretty good, or the Cloud Flower would be a pretty cool one for honestly, any of the themes. I would see, honestly, if it was me, I would do B for Mario Brothers 1, and I would do Cloud for World. It is worth noting that World doesn't, like, have a spin in midair move. It would be weird, I feel like. Thank you for level 06i. We didn't do it. Let me go ahead and hit dismiss and bring up the next level. Sugama has been chatting. Hell yeah. Let's, I don't know that there's any additional things for, like, 3D World that you could do. Mario Brothers, I feel like you gotta go with some sort of, like, power-up from an additional game. 3, you get Hammer Suit. World, I don't know. Maybe some other cameo. And then, yeah, Penguin, I think, is the most likely for New You. 3D World. Peachette? I could see... No, that'd be New You. That'd be New You, actually. I don't know what you'd do for 3D World. I think 3D World is kind of good, honestly. You could do Tanuki. There's no, like, 3D World doesn't have the Tanuki suit, does it? Put in, like, full-on Tanuki with the turning into a statue. I think you add full Tanuki. Put that on there, full Tanuki, and that can be, honestly, that could be for 3 as well. Coming up with ideas for Mario Maker 3 is more difficult than I thought. Yeah, you know, it's kind of like, you think it's kind of gonna be free, like, oh yeah, just all the power-ups in the world. And then you go like, oh, how many power-ups do you really need? How many are there? It's like, that would add something? They kind of got, like, the essentials, you know? That's the thing, like, I do think 2 is a great game insofar as it basically doesn't have the thing. Whoops! Ha! My cursor was on the game, so the level was not completed. Went into the documents. That's funny. Gotta be careful about it. Okay. Go Hammer Suit, Penguin's Shell, Blue Shell, Elephant, Mario Wonder power-ups, Mario Galaxy power-ups, Hoop Coin. Let's put parentheses around the S so it's like, you know, you get one or you get multiple. It's either way is good. Hoop Coins, full Tanuki. Baby Yoshi? Ooh, I love Baby Yoshi. That's a good pull. I love that 06i. Yeah, Baby Yoshi is fun. I could see Wing Cap. Wing Cap, I feel like... I'll say... Let me say the obvious. If 64 ends up being a style, yes, Wing Cap will be a power-up. But otherwise, I don't think it will be. And I think for that reason... we should drop it from the list. Mega Mushroom. I'm just not a big Mega Mushroom fan. I'm not sure it really is. I'll say I think we include Mega Mushroom. I'm not gonna veto that one. I'm gonna say Mega Mushroom could have an interesting place and could be a cool, like, star type power up and play a similar role to a star, right? You know, and, you know, for the aspiring maker, I think there could be some really cool fucked up ways that a Mega Mushroom gets used, you know, insofar as, like, oh, you have to land on very specific squares here, or you will fall through the ground and die. You know, things like that, I'm sure people can manage. Also, it'd be a cool way to do, like, a... I'm assuming maybe it can break through more squares than like other things can. In which case, like, you know, the Mega Mushroom would be really good. How many do we have right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Ooh, I feel like we should remove one just to get us down to 10. I'm gonna say full Tanuki gets the cut. I'm gonna give the axe to full Tanuki, get us down to a nice even 10. I'll say I kind of like even numbers. Also, we do want a nice number of things for the bingo list so that it's a nice even spread of different categories. I feel like that's a good amount of items, power-ups, etc. Yes. Excellent. Woo. Power-ups. Done. Let's start the next category as I punch in the next code. And this one is it is reasonably self-explanatory. That is enemies. Enemies. And specifically drones. That is to say basic enemies. That is to say not bosses. I have a separate card for bosses. And, we'll do them. And then we'll do that after drones. After basic enemies. What do we got? I'll say enemies is a category where we can go game by game and do the stuff. 06i says boomerang bro. Sure, put that on there. Dragon eel. What the hell's a dragon eel? And brambles. I'm not sure if brambles is there an enemy called brambles that like does some sort of like brambly stuff, like, as in an enemy capacity. I'll say, here's my first entry that I definitely want on there. It's the U-shaped guy. Brambles? Or dragon eel. Moves its legs. Put a link in the chat. 06i. I'll open it and have a look. The jungle guy. Oh, yeah, sure. That jungle guy is cool. I like them in the ones that you drive through in Mario Kart. I got it. The semicircle guy. Yeah, with the ball in the middle. Okay, yeah. Brambles. Put that on there. I didn't know they were called brambles. I just think of them as, like, those guys. I don't really have a name for them in my head. Sugama, by the way, if you want a specific level, say so now. Here's what I want in there. Mario SMW dinosaur enemies. That's what I want put on there, and that means either Rex or Rexes or Dino Rhinos. Either one of those, I think, justifies the square. That does the thing. 2P, P is for pyramid. Excellent. Okay, I will pick that out. Ah, there's a triangle. Yes. Okay, good. Do the thing. Randomize the guys. There we go. The eels in the pipe levels. Oh, is that like a long eel for like the purposes of like another swimming enemy but longer? A longer swimming enemy I think makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Go ahead and put in. I feel like, in some cases we can generalize here and go like additional fish enemies or like additional eel enemies or long fish enemies. But yeah, put in the eels and then we'll decide later if we want to like consolidate. Blue Koopas. I'll say I do think that is covered by a previous suggestion of additional like enemy variants. So like blue Koopas, things of that nature, already covered. Blue Koopa. But yeah, that would be cool if there was like blue Koopas and like the purple Koopas from Mario, for Paper Mario. The ones. Those are the ones that when you flip them upside down, they can spin still, right? That'd be cool. That'd be a cool thing to throw in there. They could go some ridiculously interesting directions with it. What about Mario Wonder? I'll say, this again could be a more general thing where it's just like Mario Wonder enemies, but I do think we should call out some specific ones by name. And the first one that I will call out will be, I think my favorite of the bunch, which is these snail enemies. I saw on the snail enemies that crawl up walls and leave a shell behind that you can toss. Those ones I feel like is my my pick for what Mario Wonder enemies that I absolutely must have. The and honestly, I'd like them in all archetypes. Honestly, in all styles. They have a name. They're like swirly pods or something. I don't know. I saw on the Wikipedia page on like Mario Wiki. Apparently, at some point they got a name. So, well, this is all screwed up. This is not how it was supposed to happen. Clearly, that other thwomp was supposed to be dead. At which point, oh, we did get a checkpoint, so we starting from here. That guy wasn't supposed to survive. Yeah, that was very weird. As far as like the most obvious drones go, we should mention a couple. I think Fire Chomp would go under like a variant. Honestly, Boomerang Bro might as well. Like we should have like all the variants of Bros just covered by like you know, enemy variants in general, but Fuzzies. I feel like Fuzzies and Fuzzies, Shy Guys, and do we want Bandits like from Paper Mario and Yoshi's Island? Oh shit. Didn't turn around in time. We gotta get Fuzzies on there. We gotta get Shy Guys on there. I feel like those are just literally the two most likely things to add. Other than that, personally what I would want from enemy drones would be like things that fill niches that aren't really filled. You know, things like enemies that have immunity to certain things but not other things to make for interesting like design around them, right? Like, oh, you know, even if you have a fire flower, I like that sort of enemy where it's like, okay, even if you have a fire flower, you still have to jump on these guys. Now, I think an increase in enemy variance might be the key there, right? Like, let's say there's like a fire, you know, like a fire variant of like enemies, right? That could be a fireproof variant, basically. Stuff like that would be, you know, could just be the thing. What about Womps? Ooh, that's a good one, yeah. Womps, like the little guys. Womps are the ones. There's Womps, and there's the mini Womps, the ones that are like little squares that go like bloop, 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 bloop. That would be, I think, a good inclusion. There's also the Thwomps that are the big chunks of pavement. Circular Thwomps? Oh, yeah. Put those in there, yeah. I will say, that was one I saw in the, that other fan game that apparently exists out there. Those circular Thwomps that break through walls. Like, that is one of the ones that they added fresh for that, that game. That, like, fan game. But I do think those are just... That's Grolls? Grolls. Okay, that's what they're called. Grolls. Might want to lock in. I agree, yeah. We have 2 lives. We should stop fucking around and, like, pay attention. I think I can do good. Spooky enemies? What about Sir Swoop? What about, Swoops? Do we want Swoops? I feel like Swoops would be a fun, enemy. The Punching Ghosts? The Punching Ghosts are a fun one, yeah. I like those a lot in the original new. Boomerang Bros. Fire Bros are in, actually, I think both of those are in... I know the Fire Bros are in, the new, or is in 3D World, but is... I'll say, just in general, it'd be great if, like, more items were universal. Like, you know, if item exclusivity was less of a thing in general, and, like, more power-ups, more, like, items span game, more enemies and things of that nature. Hell, maybe even things like Yoshi and the Boots. You know, more universality would be a good change. I am not counting on that. We could put that under... like... I would call that a maker feature. More interoperability. Less exclusive items. Hard to say, you know. Maybe they would want, you know, if they're doing like new styles that are noticeably different from the old styles, maybe they would still want it to be separated. And probably it would be hard to get 3D World in line with the others, but I feel like they could do it. That would be on my wish list. Interoperability. Further, more style interoperability. And for the new styles to be fully interoperable as well. Punching Ghost and the bully variant would be a bully variant for the haunted house levels. Yeah, I could see that. It'd be cool if just, like, a lot of those enemies that are 3D World only came to the other styles, just, you know, like as a rule. And that's probably should be on the list. That almost definitely should be on the list. Just generally, style interoperability. Haunted question mark block. Yeah, anything like a mimic. It's like a silly trap thing that gets you because you're not expecting it to be a thing would be cool. Dang it. I think we got a checkpoint though, right? So we're now up, we're all nice and renewed, which is great. Other enemies. What do we got? I would like from additional enemy from Wonder. Do we got any additional enemies from Wonder that we would like to declare? I would like to say, from Wonder, I like those birds that sort of work like Swoopy from DKC3. The guys that, like, once you're, like, lined up with them, they, like, swoop at you. I think that would be a great addition. That would be one of my, that'd be my top pick for a, that'd be like second to top pick. Wonder has a lot of good enemies. That's so true. It's, you know, nearly a problem. How the hell do I... Oh, I see. I need to, like, there we go. Dump them off the bottom. Beautiful. Clever boss fight. The birds that stab into the ground? Isn't that what I was thinking of? The birds, yeah, the birds that, like, stab at you. And, like, swoop at you. Did they go more into the ground than, in a vertical direction or a horizontal? Maybe have, like, different forms of them. I like those Super Mario Wonder... Yeah, those awful guys? Yeah. What other Wonder enemies do we think? You know what, one second. Why don't I just, Thank you for the level. I'm gonna hit complete. Those haunted blocks, like from the desert levels. Yeah, we should have, like, the Trojan horse blocks, the evil blocks, yeah. Go ahead and throw that in on the list. That's a pretty iconic Mario Bros. 3 enemy, and we should probably be thinking about that in these terms, right? Like, each of these games probably needs an iconic enemy or two in addition, and that's probably how they're gonna do it. And complete the mummies that you unwrap, that would be a good one. Hang on. Next up, by the way, is Chard, who is present in here. First, though, I want to pull up the document again, and moreover, let's first off, let's look at what we got for enemies. Actually, fewer than I thought. We have Rex. Let's put Rex / Dino Rhino. Put them as a group because because I do think both of them should be in there. Eel slash Hucket Crab. Yeah, that's a good one. I like those. Rex slash Dino. Rhino. Fuzzies. Brambles. Eel slash Hucket Crabs. Shy Guys. Bro Variants. Thwimp. Womps. Grolls. Swoop slash Bronzer. And Haunted Block slash Living Desert Block. What is that called? Desert Brick. Here's what I was thinking right now. Hang on a second. Let me Google. Wonder Enemies. Whoa, it's a big list on Mario Wiki. Is there a visual version? Okay, I'm not sure if this has the names. I think Mario Wiki has names for these, but here's Game 8. Skedaddler, Bullrush, Hoppo, Smogren, Shova, Snail. The snails is one that I definitely want in there. The snails. Those cool snails that definitely have a name. Mario Bro Wonder Snail. What are they called? Swirly Pods. Swirly Pod. Get that in there. Swirly Pod. Oh, right. Damn it. Swirly Pod. I'll check the spelling later. Snackerel, Robert. That's the other one I was looking for. Robert. I like the Robert a lot. Robert. Any other things from here? There's the Bluebird, the Gnasher. Is that what you were saying earlier? The Gnasher? No, that was not one of them. But Gnasher's pretty cool. Mama is fun. There's Mumsy, Nipper Plant. Those are old. Out of My Way, Condart. Put slash Condart. Yeah, both of them. Find it. Robert slash Condart. Let's see. Anything else? Anglefish. You know what? We'll just group all three of these together. Slash Anglefish. Wonder Flying Enemies, basically. How about Snailcorns as bullet variants? They were fun. Don't recall that off the top of my head. There's the Cup Enemies, the Sugar Stars, Armad, Potworm, Snooty, Taily, Wubba, a Spiky Slider. I don't see that. I mean, I'm sure a lot of these will get in if there's a Wonder theme. To be clear, a lot of these will get in. I feel like variants like the Fire Spike would get in if they had like a thing. Mario Kart World has a lot of enemies. Yes, it does. Tall Mushroom Enemy. Jesus. Swooping Owl. What is the Swooping Owl? Mario Wonder Owl. What say you? A Woohoo. Put that as a slash Woohoo, because I do think that's totally like a swoop, like a Sir Swoop. Woohoo. That's totally like a variant. I think those are the three that I would pick out from Wonder. Like in particular, above all else, my personal favorites, and also like the most universally applicable and useful. I could see Hoppo or Bullrush. You want to put Hoppo and slash Bullrush on there? Let's put Hoppo slash Bullrush on there. Whatever. Hoppo slash Bullrush. Another. They're both pretty similar enemies from the same game. Hoppo slash Bullrush. Yeah, yeah. Are we done with basic enemies? What say you? What do y'all think? Is this the list? Is this the list? Honestly, a shorter list than I would think. Are there any other big exclusions that y'all can think of? Bullies that are fireproof and can be stepped on to move? I can see that, yeah. Snailicorns. Let me look up what a snailicorn is. Oh, I hope my search results are fine. Snailicorn. My recently closed tabs. You can see all the tabs that I was doing on my browser. Oh, okay, yeah, these guys. I don't think snailicorns will make it in now. I mean, I could see them as a variant. Amps! Ooh, amps / fuzzy. Yeah, do amps with fuzzies. Yeah, do / amps on fuzzies. That's perfect. That's like the last thing that we need to note down, I think. Yeah, yeah. Is my recently closed tabs okay? Yes, yes. It's just videos. It's just some stuff. It's just random videos and things of that nature. Okay, nothing too sensitive. Great, great. You were trying to remember amps earlier? Excellent. Okay. How many do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think that's a nice number. It's 12 is a great number. It's better than 13. Lock it in. Lock it in. This is the list. This is the list. If we come up with one more, we're gonna have to like you know, we're gonna have to like add a second one more because it's not gonna be 13. I'll tell you that. Rex / Dino Rhino, Fuzzies / Amps, Brambles, Eels / Hucket Crabs, Beach Enemies, I guess. Shy Guys, Bro Variants, Thwimp, Thwomp, Girls, Haunted Blocks, Swirly Pod, Raw Bird, Quandart Anglefish, Hoppo / Bullrush. Hell yeah. I do wonder what Bros variants. I do wonder if that's more of a feature. One last thing to... I feel like we should do one last thing and just see like, hey, wait, what about, in 3D World, isn't there already the Boomerang Bros? Let me just check that real fast. Because if there are, I feel like we need to do it slightly differently. Where's the bros? Bro. Where's bro? Here we go. Hammer Bro has the alternative form of Fire Bro. Okay, so Fire Bro already exists. We should put in Boomerang Bro, though, just as a specific call-out. Though, also, I do think... Honestly, I do think my previous note of, like, further variants would include things such as Boomerang Bro. Executive decision. It's doubling up. I think that we go just with, I think we leave the specific bros off the list and just go with brand new enemies. You know, otherwise we could be listing, like, variants of Goombas and things of that nature. And that seems needless. And I do think there should be variants of Goombas, like Spike Hat Goombas, Goombas with spikes, things of that nature. And they should literally be wearing the spiny spine helmets. Like, that'd be cool. Like Mario does. So yeah, let's get rid of bro variants. And also, I'm gonna put in other, let's put in maker features. I'm gonna put in, okay. Universal style interoperability has been put in there. Excellent. I think it's interoperability. Let's call it less exclusive style items. That is to say, 3D world properly integrated into the other themes, and the other themes, the 3D world items integrated into the other themes, both things, and additionally the same with all themes. How about this? All themes use same item set now, and that would basically get rid of the carve-out that 3D World has in the current game and would force them to integrate it properly, and I think that would be a feat. I'm going to say that's something from the wish list for sure. All right. Dino Rhino, Fuzzy Amp, Brambles, Eels, Hucket, Crabs, Shy Guys. Let's... Hucket Crabs. That's like, what's up with Hucket Crabs? Those are just like the little fiddler crabs that like crawl around. I feel like that is a little bit I don't think we can combine that with eels, but we can have that as a separate thing. Shy Guys, eels / additional underwater enemies. Is that too much of a general thing? Shy Guys, Swimp Swamps, Girls, Swoop Browser Woohoo, Haunted Question Block / Living Desert Block, Swirly Pod. What is the desert brick called? It must have a name. Hang on 1 second. Let's Google that real fast. Super Mario Brothers 3. Desert Brick Enemy. How come this isn't Pile Driver Micro Goomba? Pile Driver Micro Goomba. Let's leave it as desert block. That's descriptive enough. Anyway, is there anything else that we should add? A lot of people are saying Flame Chomps. I do think I'll put. I do think that's covered by variants. And I'm gonna say let's leave it off for that. But it does seem reasonably like I'm executive decision. I'll allow it. Fire Chomps. There we go. That'll be our. Wait, no, isn't that 13? Fire Chomps and. Fire Chomps, and I do think Swirly Pod Haunted. Is there another console? Is there any more like consolidation we can do? Mumsy? Okay, fine. Put Mumsy on there. Mumsy. Okay, well that's fine. Okay, that's the list. I just read it, so I'm not gonna read it again. Good stuff. Let me think for 2 more seconds. Thinking. Any Mario enemies, any Mario 64 enemies that would make the cut. Snowmen? Snowmen would be interesting. Because they could be in archetypes that aren't snowy, I would bet against them. So no, let's say no snowman. I'm happy with this list. Get rid of that, and then let's remove. I'm going to cross out Hucket Crab. I think. I think let's of the ones in this list, I think Hucket Crab is the most obscure and also the most like it doesn't play a direct role. I wouldn't be surprised if the Hucket Crab made it in. I feel like that is just a good solid like it's a crab enemy. Who wouldn't like a crab enemy? But let's go ahead and just take it out of consideration for now. And there we have a good solid 12 that no one can, that's good. We are, like, counting, like, you know, we are grouping a bunch together in a way that is awkward, but I think that's fine. It makes for a better, more manageable bingo, I think. All right. Lovely. Chart is up next, right? That was the next level and not like another one. We were sort of getting lost in some tangents here. I mean, that's kind of the point of the stream. We're doing a lot more tangenty stuff tonight. Speaking of tangents, next category. That is bosses. Let's brainstorm bosses. This is pretty self-explanatory. You know, if you need to know what a boss is, Bowser, the Boom Boom, the girl, and the Koopalings, Bowser Jr., maybe Chardvard counts. Sumo Bro? Oh, fuck me. You're right. Back to drones real fast. Reopen the file on drones. Reopen the file on drones. We How about instead of fire chomps? Okay, we'll re-add the crabs, and also we'll add Sumo Bro slash the baseball guys, the sports guys, Charging Chucks. There we go. There's a real fucking good entry. Yeah, okay. There's always more drones, it turns out. But seriously though, bosses. What do we got for bosses? Do we have anything for bosses? Honestly, I feel like this category is maybe a difficult one because, you know, of all the categories, oopsie daisy, all the categories in the first game, I do think that they basically covered their bases as far as bosses go, right? They got the Koopalings, they got Bowser, they got Bowser Jr., they got, like, basically every repeated boss fight that you could ask for. The only thing that I would say would be cool would be, like, I would say, like, more obscure bosses would be cool. In the thumbnail of the live stream, I put King Lakitu from Mario Galaxy 2 into the thumbnail. And I'm not saying that, like, King Lakitu from Mario Galaxy 2 is gonna necessarily be the pick. Motherfucker's real obscure, but, like, some more obscure enemies I think would be really nice additions to the thing. You know, if you could do, like, extra large stuff. Honestly, if you could do, like, mega-sized enemies, that'd be cool as well. Like, if you could do King Boo. Ooh, King Boo is one. That's excellent. King Boo, like a ginormous Boo that, how would that work exactly? Would it be like a Dry Bowser? Yes, put Dry Bowser on there, if that counts. Make for excellent chase levels. Yeah, it should be something like he's always chasing you or something. Like, regardless. King Babam? Yes, I'm gonna say King Babam would be a good inclusion. Can we put just on there a really obscure boss? Just not a specific boss, just like if we see King Lakitu or like something else from one game that's not even like the main one, you know, something like that. I feel like maybe that one's too easy, right? Like if you would count Chardvard, for instance, would that have qualified you for an obscure boss? Is there a way to do fun underwater levels? Oh yeah, I've played many of them. I've made quite a few myself. Chardvard is an enemy? Okay, Chardvard doesn't count as a boss. Okay, I can see that. Ooh, wow, this is... We're riding on bricks. That's cool. Blocks. That's nice. What other enemies would you say? You know, we mentioned Womps and Thwomps. How about King Thwomp? Would King Thwomp be cool? they haven't ever done King Thwomp in a 2D game, right? Pom Pom isn't in the regular styles? Right, well, I'm hoping they eventually do have. Again, that goes with the interoperability I was saying. You know, they should put Pom Pom in the other themes, and they should do... Shit! Wrong way. Cosmic Clone, not Cosmic Mario. Oh, I see. You're saying, like, do the thing where Mario is chased by, a clone of himself. That'd be a cool... Honestly, that might be a cool, like, level feature. You don't know about King Bomb? Let's have a look at the list when we're done at the end of the day and see, like, if we can, like, consolidate, or maybe, like, you know... We could also be, like, King Bomb slash, Thwomp, you know? Slash, the Thwomp? What is that guy called? The guy at the end of, what is that level called in Mario 64? The second level? That dude. I think we put a slash in there and we do, we group them up. I think that's the play. Other than that, I don't have that many ideas, honestly. I'll say, just like, I would like them to have some obscure picks. That's the one thing I'm thinking about. Group up all the kings? Sure, yeah, group up some kings. I think that King Boo gets his own slot. I think King Boo is, like, big enough. That motherfucker, he's in Mario Kart, isn't he? Or is that just regular Boo? I forget, but if King Boo hasn't been in Mario Kart, he should be, right? He's kind of a big deal. Do you think... What are the odds of Peter Piranha or a Peter Piranha variant? I feel like we've passed the Petey Piranha, like, you know, Rubicon. I feel like Peter Piranha is, like, strictly in the rear view. I don't think we're gonna have Peter Piranha be an option. Yoshi's Island bosses? That's a good one. I feel like some of those would be fun as, like, variants. You could just put down Yoshi's Island boss. Oopsie daisy. Or, like, boss from a new theme. We could just have, like, boss, exclusive boss to a new theme. That would cover a lot of the... Honestly, it'd probably cover a lot of these. But, like, if we're talking... You know, if we're talking, like... Fuck me, what am I doing? King Boo is in Mario Kart? Excellent. Yeah, King Boo gets his own square on the bingo. King Boo is absolutely gonna be in there. I think, like, if there's one boss you can bet on, it's King Boo. And if there's no King Boo, there's probably, you know, no new bosses, would be my supposition there, I guess. This might be a quick category. We might be just, like, out of here after this one last life that we have, which, you know, by the way, we've been, doing a good job, I think. But it's just a very hard, challenging level where you will die pretty quickly if you're not careful. Case in point. Case in point. You'll always fall if you'll always die if you fall. It's worth saying. Are we good on bosses? Let's have a look. You should also consider that, like, mini bosses are worth considering individually. Let's go ahead. I'm gonna hit dismiss, by the way, and we're going to get up the next one. Oh, I'm probably putting some stuff into the document inadvertently by, like, having my cursor be on the thing. Yeah, I accidentally put the level was not completed on there again. Damn it. Okay, let's go ahead and show the document. Here we got King Boo, King Babam, King Thwomp, King Lakitu. King Lakitu sneaking in there with King Babam and King Thwomp. That's very funny to me. For the sake of brevity, we might want to, like, I'll admit, King Lakitu doesn't really have a place at this table. He's super duper 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 obscure. I would love to see him, and I think he should be brought back for new games and more appearances, but he's not there yet. And Mario Galaxy 2 is no Mario 64. King Boo, Pom Pom, I'll say, I think that's covered by, like, just things being more exclusive, more, like, general. We got 4. Can we come up with a 5th real fast? What do we got? What do we got for, like, a mini-boss? For, like, a brand new mini-boss? Is there any mini-bosses we can think of that are not represented in Mario Maker as of yet? There's the switches at the end of Mario World. There's the rabbit guys from Mario Odyssey. Would you like to see the rabbit guys from Mario Odyssey? How are we feeling about the bridles, the brutals? I can't think of anything better for a 5th one, so let's just put that on there and then delete it because there's no way that's happening. 4 is fine. 4 is enough for bosses. I wasn't expecting to get a ton here anyway, considering that, you know, they kind of got it covered, honestly. Like, Babam, Orc Thwomp, maybe. Boo, probably. Dry Bowser, also probably. And yeah, the new themes will have exclusive boss fights. That's almost guaranteed. Like, they will get some of their signature bosses represented. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Let's do the next category. It's time for the next category, and this is a doozy, folks. This is a big one. That is to say, Gizmos. Now, again, let me just remind everyone what the hell a gizmo is, because even people who play Mario Maker all the time might go, Gizmo? What the fuck what? That's not a thing. And I'll say it is a thing. Check this out. See? This is the gizmo category. These 3 pages. Stuff like bullet bill launchers, cannons, conveyor belts, trees, snake blocks, icicles, doors, keys, on-off blocks, and on-off dotted line blocks. Things of that nature all go in there. Oh, 23 is around. Good. Okay, I forgot to think about confirmies for a couple of minutes there. We're getting pretty sidetracked during this stream on account of, like, you know, I say sidetracked. It's kind of, we're getting main tracked, honestly. So, as far as gizmos go, we already have one in there, and that's the sideways, warp things. What else can we get as far as gizmos go? I'll say one of my like big like ones that I would want, skeleton roller coaster from the Mario Brothers Wii level. That would be good as like another version of like the as like a longer version of like a blue skull cart. Also one where it goes up, it doesn't necessarily like become 1 square wide, let's say. I think that'd be a cool a good one. You could put that on there. 06i. One that I will say is my personal pick. Well, actually, I will say I got a personal pick in Gizmos coming up in the later category of cameos. So, you know, we're not going to, I'm not going to talk about that yet. We'll wait for that in cameos. But here's some things to consider. One that I think is just a really good basic item that I would really like, that is so basic that Smash Brothers has it, and that is something like a Ferris wheel type thing, you know? You know what I mean? Like a Ferris wheel where it's like a big circle with you know, 4 or less platforms on it, and it goes in a circle. It can either be gravity operated, like in Yoshi's Island. Yeah, the Yoshi's Island 4 platform, that's exactly it. It can either be gravity operated, or it could be like automatically spinning. Either way, I've long wanted that exact tool in Mario Maker. Stretch mushrooms? Oh, like those mushrooms that go like back and forth and back and forth. That'd be fun. Yeah. Is that that they're different from the that's more like the you know, the platforms that are gravity operated from the first game that go like, you know, you land on one and it pushes down the other. And also stretch mushrooms, I think, work the same way in like some of the 3D games, and also I think World. We should put like those elevators on there, those like, how do you call them? Like, you know, those elevators that are attached by string, those platforms. And also sometimes there's mushrooms that are the same deal. Put those on there. I don't know how you describe that. Paired platforms? Someone Google if there's like a accepted term for those platforms. The levels, it's an iconic feature, honestly. It's so iconic that I think like the Super Mario Brothers level in Smash Brothers Melee has that level feature in there. So like, yeah, no, that makes total sense for a new type of platform that is literally just from the old games. Let's start playing the level, by the way. We're getting a little sidetracked again. I don't know what you mean by the manta ray. That would be like a writable, and I don't think it would make the cut. I'm gonna say no on the manta ray. That said, you know those platforms in Yoshi's Island that when you step on them and jump off them, they go like poof and they go down a number? Put those in. And I also, similarly... Okay, I've already fucked up. I need to go up there, hit the on-off, and then it'll be actually pretty self-explanatory from that point. I can at least get the 50. Here's another item with numbers on them. You know, towards the end of Super Mario World, whereas there's that one level where you jump on platforms that go to the right and have a number that counts down to 0. You know that level in the Bowser world of World? I like those things. Maybe they're a little bit unnecessary because like moving platforms exist, and you could just emulate them with rails, honestly. But, oh shit. But we did get a refresh, so refreshed and then we lost one, so yeah. Follow the platforms, duck under the thing, and then it's actually pretty straightforward. This one's not much of a puzzle. You just gotta think before we go. Nice. Sinking and rising mushrooms. There we go. That's sinking and rising mushroom / platform. I think that's how we describe that in the documents. What else we got for gizmos? What would be useful? What would be useful for level makers? I will say, additional... Let's do this. Nice! That was real nice. Thank you, 23 Super Mario Maker 2. I appreciate it. Lost my train of thought there, honestly. Let me go ahead and hit complete and pull up the next level. Marble Run is up next. Marble Run, please confirm. I'm putting it into chat so that the thing. I'm not sure what was the stretch mushrooms where you like became a big man. You became big and strong. Or was that like something you pulled on? I forget what stretch mushrooms were. Hang on, Leah. Let's do some Googling real fast and see what we got for Gizmos. So far. Here we go. I'm pulling up the document. Here we go. We got Gravity Fields, Crates, All-Star, good one. Stretch Strooms, Skelecoaster, Ferris Wheel Platform, Countdown Platform, Bubbles? Bubbles is good, yeah, like the bubbles that you put items into. Perfect, yeah. Honestly, Bubbles, would that go under Terrain? No, let's put it under Gizmos. I think that's a kind of gizmo. Chain Link, Slap Pilp, Flip Panel. Ooh, I like, climbing. Well, not Chain Link. We'll just put Chain Link, climbing thing. Or, climbable chain links. Chain link, great. You know, like in, the thing. And of course that would include the flippy dealy. I would hope it would do the shilly dealy. Yeah, what was the rising and falling mushroom / platforms? There we go. And, what's a chomp rock? Can I get clarification what a chomp rock is? Water jet pipe. That would be a pipe that's... I could see that. Those are used pretty, like, extensively. A roulette block is fun. You know what? I think a roulette block would go up in, I'm gonna put that in terrain, because basic blocks go in terrain. I would call that a terrain and classify it thusly. In fact, I think let's put Bubbles up there as well. No, Bubbles move. It's different if you move. I think that's a gizmo. The rocks that you push down in Yoshi's Island. I see. Or like the rocks that you roll. Right, the rocks that you roll in Yoshi's Island. I could see that being useful. I think if there's a Yoshi's Island theme, that'll definitely be in it. If not, there won't be. I think let's leave that off. That's... Honestly, that is really useful. I'm gonna... Let's keep it. That's really good. I like it a lot, actually. And I feel like, as I'm thinking about it, I could totally see a bunch of weird applications of it. And I could definitely see a lot of levels. Then again, like... I think let's veto. I think for Yoshi's Island mechanics that are specifically worth calling out, I think the Ferris wheel platform is there, but everything else is like not quite. Yeah, the chain links you punch, including the flippy bits. What are those called? I deleted the thing. Including the punchy thing. I like the punchy thing a lot. I would want it in there, but it's very possible it wouldn't be in there. Flip panels. Yeah, there we go. Is that separate from flip panels? There we go. Okay. What else we got? Oh, Oh, are you including a paddle platform? Is that what the thing in Mario Yoshi's Island is? Let me just check that real fast. Paddle platform Yoshi Island. Is that what that's called? A paddle platform. No, hang on. What's that platform with the plunger? Yoshi's Island plunger counter platform. What are those called? Countdown platform. Yeah, this countdown platform. There we go. I love these things. I think they're so cool. That I would like just across the board, honestly. Let's put that in there. Countdown platform. Is there anything from, like, World or 3 that should... the galaxy flip panels when you jump? Oh, I see. I see what you mean. Right. Panels that flip when you jump. I could see that, right. Or isn't that when you spin? I like those flip panels, and I think they're great in Galaxy, but actually, they would have to be way different in this game. It honestly would almost be better if there was like a way to make a feature that was like, okay, on-off toggles every time you jump, and just like set it there. In 3D World, when you do it, it's when you jump. Yeah, there's levels that already do that sort of thing. I feel like it's a little bit redundant. I don't see it. I'm gonna say no on the flip tiles. They're cool, but I think like it's not that different from an on-off or otherwise. Oh, let's put one more thing on here before we do another level, and we should come up with more ideas as we do the next level. But I'm gonna put on here advanced key/on-offs. Keys and on-offs. Basically, more, you know, the keys, people were saying earlier that it'd be cool if you could have, like, 2 sets of keys. And I will say, I did see in that other Mario Maker fan game, apparently they do have, like, multiple sets of on-off blocks. I think something like that would be an easy, relatively easy addition that would enhance some of the most used items in the game. And I could see that happening very much. Okay. Thank you for the level. Let's do the next one by, let's do the next one by Marble Run. I don't think Marble Run confirmed during this, so it'll be, it'll be sudden death here. M9179 K9 XHF. I think we got a pretty good list of ideas, honestly. I think we got a pretty goddamn good list of ideas. There is one, actually, that I just thought of that is from one of the 3D platformers. Is there anything from Odyssey? Hang on. The only thing I'm thinking is that, honestly, this idea might be a little bit redundant with the cameo idea that I have, which I would prefer, honestly, personally. Let's do this. Follow the indicators. I think we ought to be good. We have one try, on account of, you know, dying once. We got our try back because we hit a checkpoint. Let's do this. Good, nice indicators. Nice and doable level. I like it. Ooh, whoa, whoa, whoa. You needed to go. That felt weird. I you know, looking at it, I thought like, wait, left? Right. You know, I kind of thought it would have to go the other way, but no, the indicator was correct. Got one try. Oh my god! Ah, shit. We landed on the shell. Show that again. Show that fucking again. A moment of doubt there. A moment of doubt there. I thought I was dead, but I landed on the motherfucker. And as a result, I lost my momentum and wasn't able to finish. God damn. It's sudden death and Marble Run is not in chat, and that means that I get no further tries. Alas, that was a really good run, though. A really good run, let me say. Thank you, Marble Run. I'm going to go ahead and hit dismiss, and whoopsie daisy. Go ahead and hit dismiss. I clicked something weird on my screen. Don't worry about me, folks. Here we go. Hitting dismiss. Thank you, thank you. Next up is Nuggies. Go ahead and confirm, Nuggies. I believe you got this. I believe that Nuggies like it's been a minute since Nuggies said anything. Cool. But Nuggies, go ahead and confirm. What else we got? Are there any other gizmos? Let's wrap up gizmos real fast. Document. Okay. We got, like, all the platforms that I wanted. We got all the stuff that I wanted. I feel like this is a pretty good comprehensive list. Let me put in one more thing, and that is Launch Star from, like, Mario Galaxy. And I'll say, like, just to, like, you know... Actually, cameo stuff is next, so it's not that much of a spoiler. Sand and Lava Geyser? Oh, I like that. Geysers. Yeah, that's a good one. And do you think that a meteor... Put in, like, meteors as well. I think that counts as a gizmo. I feel like if they were, like, falling on a regular cadence, you know, like they do in some of the new games, that you could put, like, a meteor launcher that would launch a meteor every X seconds, you know? Similar how, like, cannons work. I think, like, a meteor is a pretty nice little gizmo. Could be an enemy, I'm not sure. Right, we got geysers, we got launch stars, we got advance on-off. I'll say... Hey, in the next category, barrel cannon is going to be, like, the first thing that I bring up for cameos. So, like, that is a gizmo. That is a little bit, you know, launch star is sort of the same thing as a barrel cannon, but, like, less good. But, you know, there's probably still applications of launch stars from Mario Galaxy. Geysers, meteors. You know what I'm gonna say? I'm gonna veto Launch Star in favor of the Barrel Cannon. We could combine the two. No, just leave it as Barrel Cannon. Gravity Fields, Crates, Skelecoaster, Paddle Platform, Countdown Platform, Bubbles, Countdown Platform. Oh, that's in there twice. Falling and Rising Mushroom Platforms, Climbable Chain Link Grate, Water Jet Pipe, Advanced Keys and On-Offs, Geysers and Meteors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Perfect! That's a good number. I think I'm happy with that list. Personally, I can't think of anything else that I'm really fixing to get in this game. So, I think we got a list of gizmos. Hell yeah. This is great, y'all. Hey, Tuon Con fan, how you doing? We're doing Mario Maker 3 brainstorming in addition to viewer levels, but also it's viewer levels, so you know, we got those as well. Hey, next category is cameos, all inclusive. Basically, what this means is, you know, in Mario Maker 1, right now, this Mario Maker that I'm playing right now. You know, in Mario Maker 1, there is, you know, in Mario Maker 1, there is the, let me get it up, let me get it to rows. You know, in Mario Maker 1, there is the one cameo item of, let me find it, because you take a super mushroom, and then you turn it into a sword. There is the one cameo item of the Link power-up. I would like to discuss any ideas that we have for additional such cameo items, enemies, whatever. And I think it could be any of these categories. It could be... I think that, you know, Link makes sense as a Link costume. And, you know, his ability set is good and they did a great job, like, making him work. But I do think cameos could include things like enemies, bosses, gizmos, and, you know, any of these 3 categories, basically. Probably not terrain. I'll say probably not terrain for what it's worth. But, yeah, all those things could be in contention. And I'll say for my part, again, I kind of mentioned it already, but, like, my biggest wish list item, and honestly my top request in general, is Donkey Kong Country's barrel cannons. Any DKC cameos make sense? I'm about to get to that. Barrel cannons are the best item in like, the best gizmo in any video game ever. You know, they fire you around levels in cinematic fashion. They can be used to create elaborate, like, barrel blasting levels, which is a type of level you literally cannot make without barrel cannons. They're really flashy and cool and can make cool transitions where it's like, oh, I blast out up into the top of the screen, I blast way to the right, and then I blast down on a new chunk of level. You know, you can absolutely do some crap like that, and I think it'd be so cool. You know, you get ones that fire yourself off when you hit the button. You get ones that, like, you know, are automatic. And probably what you would do is you would have, like, a trajectory thing, and you control, like, how far it goes before gravity takes over, is how I would imagine it working. There were pipes that did that in New Super Mario Bros. I think you're right about that, but I would rather have the cameo because, look, the barrel cannon is the best version of that's been invented, and honestly, like, if we're just talking gizmos, like, there is, like, the basic one. There's the one that shoots automatically. There's options as far as rotation goes, like, you know, you could have ones that rotate back and forth, ones that do the like, you know, cardinal directions type deal, and, like, shift automatically. It'd be cool if you had ones that you could aim. You know, there's so much possibility in the barrel cannon and, like, the ways you can configure it that, like, if they had barrel cannons, they can be used in the air, true. You could put them on rails and have them so that it would be like a, you know, like a barrel cannon canyon situations. You could have it so, like, oh, you know, they twist in these different directions, and then you could make, like, you know, bramble scramble type mazes. There's so much goddamn potential, I think, to the barrel cannon. It is my #1 pick. Other than that, I'm sort of curious because I do wonder what other cameos could be done. Like, would, like, a Ganon cameo, like we talked about bosses earlier. One I was thinking about was, like, what about Ganon from, like, the SNES games? I mean, I guess maybe we can even make this a little bit more general. We could have it be, like, any cameo boss, you know, it doesn't have to be Ganon. But, like, if I were betting on any one cameo boss, I would bet on the one that already has an item in the game. You know, already has, like, the sword in there. That would be my bet. Other than that, I don't see, like, any one particular enemy, like, making that cut. I could see Ridley. If like, Samus were to get anything, my guess would be, like, an energy tank type situation. And if you got the energy tank, it'd be like a health boost thing. But I will say, I think we already covered that, talking about, we talked about earlier the idea of a Metroid mode, where you didn't lose, like, collectible progress. I feel like the energy tank would basically be that, but in item form. Where, like, oh, if you want to make a Metroid-type level, use this particular item that, like, use this item that, like, makes it so that the power-ups no longer, like, are missable. in the way that they always originally were. Any other ideas? I feel like, honestly, cameos might be a weak category. Might be... I would say, like, honestly, my thought has been for the last couple of years, right? Like, oh, if they're gonna add anything to Mario Maker now, the doors are open by the Link costume. They can put in some more cameo stuff. They can put in more references. They can put in, like, whatever they want, but honestly, if I'm thinking about it, nothing comes to mind as far as, like, what is a thing so iconic that it deserves to get in. I'll say, let's put in cameo boss. Just a cameo boss. Not a specific cameo boss, just, like, literally a thing in there that says, like, a cameo boss. And honestly, I can't think of what the specific costume would be, but I would bet that there would be an additional Link. There would be an additional, like, Link costume. You know what I mean? Kirby. You think like a Kirby? What Kirby reference would be? What would the Kirby item be? Oh, damn it. I keep forgetting, like, which way it needs to be. Red off is the key. Oh, fuck off. I have to beat this guy again. Copy abilities are sucking. I could see, like, a Kirby outfit being the thing. Of all the other characters, Kirby would be fun. You think, like, anything Pokemon would be cool? I feel like Pokemon, there's too many options, right? What would it be, like a Pokemon item? That's like a Pokeball? I don't see that. Or like... I don't think we'll get the mushrooms back, the costumes, the cameo costumes back. I don't think that'll be the thing. Pit has all the ability. I've never played Kid Icarus, so I don't know. Other than, like, yeah, he, like, flies and stuff, and he fires arrows. I mean... I guess if we're thinking about it, right? You know what I'm gonna say? I'm gonna say... The obvious... The choice here. It's not Kirby. It's not Kirby costume. But it's probably Metroid. Probably a Samus costume would be really good and versatile. And, like, if Link is, like, a fantasy guy with a sword, you know, Samus is a fantasy girl or a sci-fi girl with a gun, you know, sort of offers the opposite gameplay experience. And I think that would make sense. A Wario Land costume? I would like Wario costume, yeah. I mean, I'll say, like, playable Wario might be good as well, just like a playable Wario. And I'll say, like, we do have a category for other that can totally get in Wario as a playable character. But, like, a Wario... I feel like Wario is just probably too similar to, like, Mario and Luigi for him to be other than playable. Mega Man. Oh, Mega Man might be even a better option than you know, than Samus as far as that stuff goes. I kind of like that. No one mentioned Mega Man yet. But I do think, yeah, we go with, I think we've kind of discussed, like, all the different options that are most viable. We already have Link. As far as big big franchises go, Donkey Kong, Pokemon might be complicated because they're a whole different company and all that. And also, there's too many options for Pokemon. You'd never be able to choose just one. And I'd bet on Metroid as being, like, one of them represented, and probably Kirby. Let's pull up the document real fast. I feel like we've done enough talking about this. Thanks for the leveled nuggies. We didn't beat it. Let me dismiss that, and then we'll let's finish off the cameo section. Thank you. We're almost to the end of the wish list portion of the stream, I'll say, which is real nice. Real good. We're in good shape, and we've been going at a nice, steady pace here. Hell yeah. Let me go ahead and, 06I is here. Excellent. Pull up the doc again. Barrel cannon, Samus costume. Let's aim for a nice even 4. Let's aim for a nice even 4. In which case, I'm gonna say, yeah, Samus costume would be the new costume. How about, I'm just gonna put in something Star Fox. I feel like Star Fox is a fun franchise. If I had to bet, I would say like some R-Wings would be really cool as like some sort of gizmo. Or like a rideable thing. Ooh, we didn't mention any vehicles as part of the gizmos. R-Wings? Something Star Fox. Some cameo boss. A cameo boss. And instead of Wario, let's just say something Kirby. I feel like something Kirby is possible. I can't for the life of me think of anything that Kirby could do other than a costume. So actually, let's leave Kirby off. I'm gonna say something Star Fox. Let's go something Star Fox. Just as fun. And like the R-Wing would be a great cameo, I think. I mean, I could also see like the Warp Star, like a rideable Warp Star being the thing. Okay, let's put in something Kirby and put in like Warp Star as a suggestion. Honestly, this could be, I'm gonna say, for Donkey Kong, I think it has to be the barrels for us to meet this this requirement. I feel like these two should be specific, but these three can be vague, and that's fine because honestly, I don't know. That's the cameo stuff. Barrel cannon, Samus costume, something Star Fox, something Kirby, and a cameo boss. Lovely. We are nearing the end of this this wish list generation thing. Hell fucking yeah, this has been going great. Next up, let's brainstorm discovery features on account of the game probably needs some. Let's start off with the obvious. Something that was in Mario Maker 1 but wasn't in this game. And that is websites. Put in level websites like the first game had. Level website, I think, would be really cool and would be very good for sharing your levels and also browsing levels as well. That is a discovery feature that was left by the wayside because, I don't know, probably really hard technically, and I'd really like it back. Website. Search by level name. Good, yeah. Better, let's just put in there better search options. Like, if you could search on the basis of, like, level name, one, but also, like, what elements are in the level, difficulty, and stuff. If there was, like, better categorization of levels, that'd be good. I think a featured level, some sort of featured level thing would be helpful. I think maybe that is covered by, like, the thing that we mentioned during, like, modes, which would say, like, I feel like take the daily levels, daily featured level thing earlier, and put that into discovery features rather than in game modes, because I do think featured levels counts as, like, a solution for discovery. Let's play the level. What else do we got? I'll say level discovery is a chronic problem with the first two Mario Maker games, you know. Personally, for what it's worth, I fucking never have to deal with it. Oh, wow, that's... Hey, that was really cool. Look at that. When I jump off these, POW blocks here, or these What are they called? Thwomps? These dudes. They're dying as soon as I jump off them. Wow. What a damn cool level. Every stream I see new things that I've never seen before. And, you know, when Mario Maker 3 adds a billion new items, that's gonna be even more enhanced! I didn't jump off that. I guess it's not, maybe it's not jump-based. Maybe it's, timer-based. Maybe it's like a matter of like, oh, if you just stand on it. Yeah, okay. Confirmed. It's timer-based, not jump-based. Still, it's very cool. It is confirmed for it is confirmed for cool. Yeah, this is super cool thwomp tech, yes. Levels should get bursts of engagement after sitting for a while. Yeah, that'd be really cool if it was like more pragmatic about like if it could like surface cool levels and like, you know, do more to like I don't know how you describe that, like, in terms of a single spot on a bingo card, but, like, more active level suggestion, better engagement. It feels like with Mario Maker 2, levels either do okay, or they jump to the top of, like, whatever list exists, right? And otherwise, there's not really a lot that's really like surfacing levels. Put in like a... How do you put that into a phrase? Ooh, I love that! Wow, okay. 06i says, you can recommend levels to friends. That's brilliant. That is like, you know, I'll say, discovery-wise, I don't have the issue of level discovery anymore because I'm a streamer and levels just get organically recommended to me through the queue all the time, every day. If you could have like, you know, if you could send levels to people, like specific people, and be like, hey, check this out, that'd be cool. I could see that being, I could see them doing that. Yeah. Better algorithm and like, you know, not letting levels die on the vine. I guess you could just say better discovery algorithms. You know, something to that effect. Maybe would cover that. Let me hit complete and pull up the next one. Hajime might flex. Hajime, go ahead and confirm. A lot of y'all aren't in queue right now, by the way, so, you know, you might want to get some in there. I see people chatting. Y'all having a good time talking about the wishlist stuff, but, like, the queue is wide open right now, folks. Wide open. Like, incredibly so. Like, unprecedentedly so. Maybe, you know... I feel like people are getting into the wish list part of the stream, but it is a bit of an ask maybe for some people who just want to see their level played to deal with huge long bouts of, oh, let's talk about Mario Maker 3. Though, then again, I feel like the people who are watching Mario Maker 2 at this point might want to hear about ideas for Mario Maker 3. This has been a thing that has been asked, like, probably dozens, you know, well, maybe like 5 times over the course of the last couple years. It's frequently asked. I would call it a frequently asked question. What would you do for Mario Maker 3? What do you hope for Mario Maker 3? It's a, whatchamacall? It's an icebreaker for Mario Maker streamers for some people, I think. You know, it's just an easy question to ask that everyone is interested in answering. Are we good for discovery features? Hajime, please confirm. Are we good for discovery features? Do we have... Let's look at the list right now. I feel like we might be basically done with you know, this feature. Better search options, daily level challenges, and you took that down from game modes down to here. Daily, let's put in the word featured. Featured levels / ninjas. It'd be cool if there was like a ninja mode. Hang on, let's put up here, by the way. Ninja for regular levels. For non-Nintendo, non-official levels. Okay, good, perfect. That, I think, qualifies as a mode. Recommendation feature. Recommend, let's call it recommend levels to friends. There we go. Recommend friend level recommendations. Level recommendation to friends. There we go. Level recommendations to friends. There we go. Oh, that's a good idea, Char, just as a quality of life. The ability to change a like and a dislike status. I don't know that it's I'm gonna leave that off the wish list. Or you know what, let me put it down here as like an other. I'll put that like, dislike, retraction. There we go. Yeah, that fits other. Level recommendation to friends, better search options, better algorithm, level algorithm. And one more that we mentioned earlier, websites. There we go. That's 5. A collab feature where creators can collaborate on levels. I think that'll be like we have in like maker features here, game share co-op makers, or a feature where they can repost other people's levels. Yeah, that'd be cool. Friends/followers. Let's put like friends/followers. Let's lump that under /followers. Let's lump that under level recommendation feature. That sounds like level recommendation for you. And we'll call that a new website. Like Super Mario Maker 1. Okay. Perfect. Those are the discovery features. Website, better search options, daily featured levels, level recommendations that you make for your friends or followers, and a better level algorithm in general. That better level algorithm would be a hard one to see, like, in the previews phase, you know, but I'm sure if they do put the work into a better algorithm, they'll fucking say so. I hope, because that's, like, one of the major problems people have with Mario Maker 2, and to a certain extent the first game as well, that was kind of never addressed. Discovery features. Last category here. This one's a catch-all. Let's brainstorm everything else, anything else. This includes playable characters. So let's just start with the obvious. We can either put in specific playable characters, or we can just put in more playable characters and just assume it'll be stuff like Peach, Daisy, maybe a Wario or a Waluigi. Characters that have been playable in like Wonder or Thing. You think 4 players is perfect for 2D Mario? 4 players, but player characters, I feel like there can be more. Let's just put in just basically additional new playable characters. With a parentheses around the S. I feel like that is that is good. I'll say, by the way, if you look at the doc right now, which we were just looking at a second ago, but like there are things that are already in the category. Chimichanga says Yellow Toad. I want to play Waluigi, says Shard. Yeah, like definitely additional playable characters. And honestly, I'd like Waluigi. I'd like Yellow Toad. Just put in additional playable characters because there's Yellow Toad. Put in additional. Let's just do a big bundle of all the characters. I agree. I want Waluigi. I want Wario. I want Peach. I want Daisy. Anyone who was in, other than the Yoshis, anyone that was in Wonder, I think would be good. We additionally have in Other additional super world themes. That is to say, when you're in the super world and you theme each world a different theme, add some new ones. Larger super worlds, make the super worlds larger. Star coins, that idea is basically just what if the 10 coin collectibles were like tracked outside of the game. So it could be like star coins, and it could also be like, let me put in here, tracked big coins. So basically, just like you finish a level and you have a note on there that says like, you found all the big coins, you did a good job, you know, something like that. Like, dislike, retraction, that's basically just you can if you like the level and you want to unlike it, you can do so. Same with disliked, that seems fine. And then additional characters, including the likes of Waluigi or Yellow Toad. That's good. Put in EG. Put in EG before that, and we can keep that in on the bingo. EG, Waluigi, or Yellow Toad. Yeah, perfect. Look at that. That's beautiful. I think it's EG with 2 dots in between the E and the G. And like after the E and then after the G. I don't know how EG works. EG, Waluigi, Yellow Toad. Perfect. Is there anything else we can think of? Is there anything that doesn't fall into another category? Let's think about that as we play the next level by Hajime Might Flex, who I currently don't see in chat. Has Hajime chatted in a minute? Let me just check and see that I put in the thing in the chat. I did not. Oops. Let me put that thing in that Hajime may see. Perfect. Hajime has been added. Let's type this in and go. Is there anything about level codes that need changing? I think level codes are fine. Oh! I got one. Backwards compatibility with Super Mario Maker 2 levels. Gotta put that one on there. I want that one very badly. Increased level limit. Those two. Backwards compatibility, increased level limit. Those two gotta go on there. Let's do this. And Hajime has not confirmed yet. Let's do sudden death. Those are good ones. Those are really good ones. What the fucking hell? How do you do this? The case where you need to run really fast and get to here before the lava, the tide makes it all the way up. What other miscellaneous features do y'all want? Do y'all need? Do y'all crave? I wouldn't be surprised, Nintendo being Nintendo, if there was some sort of easy mode. If there was some sort of mode they put in for, like, less experienced people, you know, kids and all, that, like, you know, just, like, adjusted things in a way that is, you know, not that big of a deal. Things like, thank you, Hajime. Thank you, Hajime. We couldn't, that's all the lives we get right now, and, since you're not here. I feel like that's a possibility. I don't particularly want it. I feel like that's something they could do. Like, just say like, okay, well, if you want to have like, you know, an extra hit on every form, if you want to have just like some sort of invulnerability that's special, Nabbit. Oh, that's a good idea. Put Nabbit in there, yeah. Kind of like in Wonder, yeah. Put in a Nabbit mode / easy mode. That's just a very obvious thing. Carlito is here. Excellent. Yeah, let's go ahead and dismiss and bring up the next by Carlito, who is here. Again, the queue is open, y'all. The queue is wide open. We got any other burning suggestions here. Spectate world records? Ooh, replays. Level replays. Perfect. 06i. That is just, mwah. Level replays in general, world records aside, but, like, if you could upload any replay or, like, send people replays, I think that would be lovely. That would be, really cool and interesting. And yeah, if it was for world records especially, yeah, put that on the list. That's a killer idea right there. I mean, I think that every 2D platformer should have that. And if I think every 2D platformer, well, you know, Mario Maker is one such 2D platformer. It's probably hard logistically to have every level have its replays, like even just the top ones recorded. But, you know, I think they can figure it out. Not sure if we randomized the bonus heads this time, but I did it extra just to be safe. If I did it twice and you wanted Wario, or whatever it was before, dang, rip. That's a damn shame. How many do we got right now? If we could get like an even 10, that would be nice. 8 is fine though, if it's 8. If we're at 9 though, let's try to think. Let's try to think. I think we're probably at like... How many are we at right now, 06i? Lovely. Good. Good. Nice level, Carlito. Feel free to get back in queue with another suggestion. Anyone. Oh, everyone. Feel free to get back in there with another level. We still, I'll say, we're reaching the end of the wish list portion of the stream, but I will say there are a couple things I want to talk about that they're like, you know, more topical. And, you know, after we do, after we, like, do the queue closing, I would like to, get to them, I think. And, it'd be nice if there were a bunch of levels for post, thing. You might add one later tonight, maybe, like, in an hour. Ooh, we're just about done with the biggest portion of the stream, and I think after that, we'll be moving to close, like, right soonish, but, hey, thank you for the level. 06i, hit us up with some, has the last one here. We did update the game. It does have the category now, right? On the thing. Tell me it has the category. Y'all know that, I updated it like an hour ago on the, phone app. If the phone app is being screwy, that's bad. Let me just check and confirm that that's all good. Yep, it's all good. Okay. Excellent. I think we have a pretty good list of other suggestions. Let me just look around real fast. Is there anything as far as, like, this maker outfit thing? Not really. I mean, I think it'd be nice if you could enter a description for yourself. You know, like, if you could go into your profile and put in, like, you know, as much text as you put in on an uploaded course that was like, hey, I mostly make traditional levels. Something of that nature. Or like, I do troll levels. Or hello, this is who I am. You know, that sort of, like, central thing would be nice. I don't think it needs to be on our wish list. I don't think it needs to be... Sure, put it on there. Better user profiles. Put it on there, and then we'll see how it looks, and if we have too many... I say too many. If we have, like, enough other suggestions other than that. But, you know, let's, see now. I'm pulling up the doc. Here it is. We have additional superworld themes. We have larger superworlds. We have star coins / tracked big coins. Like, dislike, retraction. Additional characters. Wait, that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Backwards compatibility. Put in specifically there, with Super Mario Maker 2 levels. Let's be clear here. Increased level limits. That's 7. 8 is clear check / world record replays. And we don't need to say can be turned off, on, off. I think they'd probably just have it be universal. And if it does turn off on, you know, like either way, you get the bingo square. And better user profiles. Can we get an even 10? Can we get one more? Ideas. Oh, did we put it up there in, like, modes? I'm gonna say, playable ninja. Or what's his name? Nabbit. Easy mode. Okay, that's 10. That's kind of also a mode, but it's kind of also a playable character, so I think it sort of straddles the line. There we go. I think that's a list. Folks, I have 2 more cards related to the wish list. I think I'm good to wrap up the wish list talk. Let's wrap up the wish list talk right here and now. First off, let's review any last-minute additions. I feel like we're pretty satisfied at this point. Are we not? I feel like we're pretty satisfied. Let's go to the doc and just read through it real fast, top to bottom. In themes, we have space, we have beach, we have mountain / volcano, we have pipe world, we have city. In styles, we have Wonder, we have Yoshi's Island, we have Super Mario Bros. 2, parentheses Japan, we have Mario 60... Wait, no. What the hell? That should be USA. I'm confused. Japan is lost levels. I was turned around earlier. I forgot which one had the exclusive one. USA, 64, Mario Land 1 or 2. In game modes, we have Mario Wonder type race, that is synchronous race. We have a versus battle mode. We have a story mode that has a world map. We have a multi-level race mode. And we have Ninja for non-official levels. Next up, we have Maker features. We have mouse mode. That's going to be our free slot because, sure, yes, obviously. We're going to have, you know what, I'm going to say mouse controls should be the writing there. Yeah. Color palettes, game share co-op making, more flexible level layout. That basically means like you can have a boxy level rather than just tall or wide. Background options, universal night effects. You know, you can like mix and match them and have them on different themes and stuff. Significantly more enemy variants. Let's for that say, instead of universal, let's say mix and match night effects. Or night effects not bound to theme. There we go. You have an idea for a gizmo, but it seems similar. Hit us up. We'll get there in a minute. Significantly more enemy variants, better music management. So like you choose the music on a level individually, and also maybe a wider musical selection per level. All themes use the same item set now. Mostly, let's put in mostly the same item set now. Basically saying that 3D World would not be in its own separate box, incompatible with everything else, and the new types would also be interchangeable, interoperable, etc. And maybe some advanced level settings like instant respawn, a Metroid mode, an infinite timer, and red coin thresholds. This one maybe is a little too niche, but I do like it for the list and for the consideration. I do think of all these things that we've done so far, I think we should remove red coin thresholds as far as like the bingo goes, you know, because it's is gonna be a thing. You put it as an image? Oh, we'll scroll down and we'll see it. Okay. For terrain, we have super massive blocks, quicksand / snow, Placeable liquid, crumbling ground, sloped semi-solids, and roulette block. For items, power-ups, and collectibles, we have the hammer suit. I'm actually gonna veto the golden flower. I think that is fun, but I don't see it. I think that Nintendo kind of, there was some. That game didn't have the greatest reception. The new Super Mario Bros. 2. I feel like that one was just confined to the dustbin of history. Very unlikely. Penguin suit, blue cell suits. Elephant, Mario Wonder, Mario Galaxy power-ups. These are sort of grouped together. Hoop coins, Baby Yoshi, Mega Mushroom. How many do we have there? 9. Tempted to get rid of Blue Shell. It's not my favorite, but I do think it is interesting. I do think Blue Shell is like one of the most interesting shell power-ups they ever did. And, I think it is a great, it was a very creative thing that they did once, and it's never been back in years, and I think we should cut it. I think that new is kind of covered well enough by just the penguin suits as like its best additional addition. And the Mega Mushroom also kind of does cover new DS, the original one. For enemies, we have Rex/Dino Rhino, Fuzzies/Amps, Brambles. Those are the guys with the 2 legs with the balls in the middle that go like, they sort of like turn over themselves. In the swamp levels, and they're in Mario Kart World. Eels/additional water enemies. Crabs. Those crab guys. You can put in their name, 06i. They have a name. They were like, Claw. You had it in there, and then I deleted it, and then I re-added just crabs. Shy Guys. Thwimp, Womp, Grolls. There you go. Hucket Crabs. There we go. And they'd sort of act like Neckies from DKC, right? That's a good inclusion. I like that sort of behavior pattern. Swoop/Bronzer/Woohoo. Those are the owls from Wonder. Haunted ?blocks/living desert blocks. I believe there's technically a micro Goomba, I guess. Swirly pods. Those are the snails from Wonder. Raw bird, con, dart, and anglerfish. Various flying enemies in Wonder. Hoppo/Bulrush. The biggest enemies in Wonder. And we got Fire Chomps and Sumo Bros/Charging Chucks. Great shit. For bosses, we have King Babom/King Thwomp, King Boo, Dry Bowser, and new theme exclusive boss. Gizmos. We have gravity fields. We have crates. We have Skelecoaster. We have the paddle platform. Like the Ferris wheel type one. The countdown platform. Bubbles. Rising and falling mushroom/platforms. Climbable chain link grates. Water jet pipes. Advanced keys and on-offs. Geysers, meteors, and oh, that one. That's fun. That's a fun one, 06i. If I'm thinking about it, I don't think it works as well in 2D. That's a fun choice, though. I just don't think it hangs in 2D. And also, does that put us at like 13? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, we gotta cut it, but and also I just don't know. Like, there's only 2 themes that have ground pounds, so it doesn't work in most themes. It's awkward in the themes that it does work. It is a great thing in that World of Odyssey, though. For cameos from other game franchises, I have the barrel cannons from DKC. I have the Samus costume. I have something Star Fox, parentheses, a rideable Arwing would be cool. Something Kirby, a rideable Warp Star would be cool, I think. Or a Warp Star that took you to, like, the subworld. Oh, that would be cool. If, like, a Warp Star... that would be so cool. Oh my god, that's it! Hang on, fuck that. I'm putting in Warp Star... Pipe... Alternative... Or rideable. I'm putting in pipe alternative because that is such a good idea. Oh my god, that is such a good idea. Imagine it's like a pipe that you don't have to push up on to go to the subworld. Oh my god, that's so good. I would probably use that in levels that weren't Kirby based. That would just be my go-to, like, transition, I think. You know, maybe half the time if it was in there. And it's a really cool illusion too. Yeah, that'd be so cool. I want that. And it's one way and you can only use it once. Oh, that's fucking great. That's so cool. And a cameo boss we have as the 5th cameo item. For discovery features, we have a new website like Super Mario Maker 1, better search options, daily featured levels / ninjas, level recommendations to friends and followers, and a better level algorithm. Finally, we have for other additional super world themes. That is to say, like the themes in the super world, like the world themes that exist. You'd have more of them. Larger super worlds, levels per world or worlds. More levels per world / worlds. Star coins / tracked big coins. Like, dislike, retraction. Additional characters. Backwards compatibility with Mario Maker 2 levels. Increased level limit. Clear check / world record replays. Better user profiles. Better nabbits. Easy mode. Oh, that's a good list. How many is that total? Like, let's see. We got 5 of these. We got 5 of these. 5 of these. We got 15 for maker features. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's say 12 here, and take these and make them their own things, and make this instant respawn option, Metroid mode option, infinite timer option, Metroid mode. That is like you don't lose power-ups. Level option. AKA Metroidvania option. Okay, perfect. That's it. Infinite timer option. There's 12 here. We have 6 items of terrain. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 items. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 enemies. That's the biggest category, is enemies. 4 bosses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 gizmos. 5 cameos. 5 discovery features. And 10 others. Okay. Now let's add that all up. Excuse me while I do math. Excuse me while I do math. I got a calculator on my phone. I should use it. I usually just Google to calculate things, to do like math stuff. 5 plus 5 plus 5 plus 12 plus 6 plus 8 plus 14 plus 4 plus 12 plus 5 plus 5 plus 10. We have 91 ideas. And a bingo, by the way, takes 24 boxes. Oh, well, 25. There's one that's going to be the free. We have 90, excluding the free. We have 90 excluding the free of mouse controls. Beautiful, beautiful. This is a hell of a wish list. Thank y'all for helping me put it together, for coming up with such good ideas and, you know, being fun to bounce these things around with. I think this was a great feature. This was a great idea. Shout out to all of y'all for helping with this, especially 06i, who was, again, in the document with me, editing it with me, and, you know, jotting things down as I said it, which was real damn helpful since I was playing levels the whole time, as you know. Now then. This card says close the queue. Let's talk about topical stuff. I'll say I didn't expect to have just one level in the queue, so before we close the queue, let's folks, it is time now to do last call. Actually, no. Let's just... Folks, as the last card says, it's time to close the queue. It's time to move on. It's time to mosey. I'm gonna do last call. I know I just said I wouldn't, but yes, let's do last call. Let me give y'all some time to get in some additional ones. Let's try to get a couple. I'll say, for the record, I have maybe 6 cards to talk about. 6 things that aren't related to the previous couple of topics, the wish list gimmick of this stream, which is over. This is the topical time, you know. The rest of the stream has been pretty goddamn evergreen, aside from, you know, when Mario Maker 3 does get announced, possibly next week, and suddenly it's out of date, and like all the speculation is for naught, you know. But this could be an evergreen. If this is not announced last week, the rest of the stream before this point could be pretty applicable, pretty watchable whenever. But like you know, what should the thing be? What should I play? We talked earlier about how blue plats were the most terrain? What's a level with a lot of terrain? I don't know, man. I have no idea. The first time I used an item? No. Mecha Koopas. Mecha Koopas is the theme. Which coincidentally, okay, Mecha Koopas is the theme, yes, but I gotta skip this first world. By the way, no one has a level in queue other than 06i. So people, please, now's the time. We talked a bunch about bosses today. Let's just do my biggest, longest boss level, and that'll be it. The big climax of my super world. We'll do that again. It's probably been a while since the last time we did it in full. Let's do this. And yeah, I'll say, I got stuff to talk about. You know, hell, like maybe we could start now during last call. I mean, traditionally wise, we do not like discuss that many things during last call. Last call is typically a time for like, you know, me going like, oh, look at the design here. I buried these guys in walls so that when you jump on them, they die instantly, which is cool and all, but like, you know, we've went this whole stream without saying a single topical word, you know, even ones that I totally in my head. Are you allowed to resubmit during last call? Yes, everyone's allowed to resubmit. That's the whole point of last call. Give people time to resubmit. New viewers have all the time in the world, you know, like honestly, if you haven't gotten one in yet, I will open the queue for you later on. I do that as a rule. But like, now's the time for everyone else to get some more in. So we have some more levels so I can talk about, you know, rumors of a Nintendo Direct that seem very relevant to the preceding, like, 4 hours. Like, you know, the reason why we're doing this today and not, like, next week, I'll say, for what it's worth, honestly, you know, we did, like, come up with this idea organically last week, right? We did pretty organically start saying, like, okay, you know, we should do this next week because reasons. I'll say on, like, Monday, I got a reminder that I made, like, 6 months ago saying, like, start setting up for a wishlist stream. Because we had this idea, like, 6 months ago, and I put a reminder in my phone, like, after, you know, after my various vacations were done, to come back and do this stream. Oh, damn it. Alas. You know, we'll do both of the finale ones here. We'll do this one and we'll do the 8, this is 7-5 and we'll do 8-5 as well. The Bowser levels. I guess these are the only levels where I've used Bowser, actually, come to think of it. These are the Bowser levels, specifically. Very good. Very good, tidy little theme, I guess, between these two. Hello, Naruto solos. Hell yeah. Get those levels in there. It's last call, and I am honestly not wanting for things to talk about. I'll say I have like 6 topics planned. Not a ton, you know, just a couple. Really, like, if this was any other stream, that'd be nothing. That'd be like, you know, not even to the lightning round, probably. But, you know, I knew I was doing this, so I figured, okay, well, save most of the time for the wish list brainstorming, which we did do, and it was great. And then put aside a little extra time for, you know, talking about, you know, topical things, like, you know, fucking Silksong came out yesterday. I was thinking, you know, as far as, like, an evergreen content goes, you know, for the people of tomorrow, the people of 10 years from now, or, you know, God, I hope Mario Maker 3 and 4 is out 10 years from now. But for the people of the future, like, it might be quaint to think back of, like, oh, wow, yeah, that was literally a day after Silksong came out. Wow, you just hadn't had time with Silksong yet. And also, President Trump was still alive. How's that? How about that? You know, 2 things that won't be true in 10 years. You know? You know? Who knows? I don't know. But, like, I've definitely had some very good thoughts on that notion. You know, there's been some stuff in the topical news that, like, is cool and good. This boss fight, by the way, is inspired by Baron K. Rulenstein. You know, you go left, you go right. You know Brawl Stars. I don't know Brawl Stars. Is that, like, one of the, Smash likes? You know, like Brawlhalla or something like that? We in last call if you have a level. Yes, that's right. That's the whole thing of last call. If you have a level, go ahead and get it in there. Now's the time. We're also going, like, reasonably late. I'll say, just in general, a mobile game that collabed with Subway Surfers. I don't know Subway Surfers, so like, that doesn't help me that much. Is that the game with the note trails that's like music in nature? It's crazy that I don't know Subway Surfers. I am 35 years old, man. I am, you know, I am not very plugged into certain, current culture. Is that like music? I know Butthole Surfers. Is it like the Butthole Surfers? You know Butthole Surfers? They're like, it's like a, damn it. I've heard of Jetpack Joyride. That's like a mobile game that is sort of like the Flappy Bird, right? Flappy Bird, but, somewhere between Flappy Bird and the thing. Yeah. I'll say, before pulling the card that says, hey, Silksong on it, yo, you should probably get Silksong. Judging from the first 3 hours alone, I'll say. Judging from the first 3 hours alone. I'll also say, it is on Game Pass, so, you know, if you have that, you have it. You have Silksong. Is Subway Surfers a mobile game? I don't know that many mobile games. Like, of mobile games I know... It's been a while since I played this level. Wow, I'm dying a lot. I mean, I'll say, this is the, final level of my super world. So, like, it is probably, like, you know, it's a hard level. Like Flappy Bird, but with badass music. I didn't know it had music. I'm not a big, mobile game music listener. I usually like to play mobile games when I do play mobile games, and I'll be honest, it's been a fucking long time since I played a mobile game. Marble Snap. I played a bunch of Marble Snap. Fell off that. Haven't played a mobile game since. I like to do the whatchamacallit. I like to listen to music and podcasts and watch streams and things like that rather than listening to the music of mobile games. And honestly, a lot of games when I'm not on stream, I'm not listening to the music unless it's like, you know, full screen on the TV. Or if I'm in bed, I'll say, I have been enjoying recently, like, recently moved to like a non-hybrid work schedule. I'll say, since that started, I've been more actively, like, taking a nice little nap, or at least, like, just crawling into bed for, like, you know, a half hour or so before getting up to do, like, some dinner or something. You know, maybe not sleeping, but maybe more like just, you know, playing some Nintendo Switch in bed, or watching some YouTube, but in bed. I have a really nice Tempur-Pedic. I have a very nice Tempur-Pedic. It's a good bed. I like, spending time in it. You know, it's good. Minecraft music is peak? Oh, buddy. I'm sorry, I don't know anything about, like, current... I usually play that without music, 1, and 2. Did they change the music? I know it was all, like, licensed or something originally. And did they change it, or was just, like, the Mario... or, like, the Smash Brothers music that's from Minecraft just, like, a different thing? This is, like, one of my few levels that has like a 3 checkpoint situation. It has had a new... That they replaced all their music? Gotcha. Well, I'll say, like, my memory of playing Minecraft is, like, not a second screen game. You know, not like no volume situation. Mostly was, like, around 2012. You know, mostly, like, very early in that lifespan. Like, mostly while I was in college. You know, graduated college, I don't know. Had less time, I guess. Wasn't, doing it as much. One final sequence here, and then a boss fight. Let's go. Let's do it. And the last call will end there. Did they replace it, or is it just like an addition? I don't know. I don't know if if they replaced the old music, or if they did another thing. Shit, fuck, ass. Well, I guess I can bypass the training. You're supposed to learn how to do the POW block, and that you need to, like, 2 things. First, you need to learn that you need to hit the question mark block a number of times. Shit. In addition. Okay, it's in addition. But the music discs have more old music. The music discs? You mean, like, is it like a record thing in-game? Gotcha. I'm assuming I got you. Maybe I don't know nothing. Anyway, we got some nice old topical content coming down the pipe. And apparently we don't have enough cards to do all of it, so I'll probably just, like, crank through a couple of them, you know, real goddamn fast. Because I think I got, like, 5. We got, like, 5. Listen to Minecraft music? I'm not really a big... For game music that I listen to off stream, I listen to, like, Persona, and, like, a good amount of, like... Atlas, in general, just has some of the best, you know, as far as that goes. There's a jukebox, gotcha. Atlas has some of the best. was definitely listening to a bunch of like Mario, listening to a bunch of like Mario Kart music for a bit. There's some great like X hours long. Isn't the Minecraft music just basically just piano stuff? I don't know. It's not like Tropical Freeze. Is it like Tropical Freeze good? Or is it just like, you know, it's what people have been listening to for years and years, so there's a little bit of like nostalgia. I don't know. We haven't been refreshing lives because this is like a sudden death style in our, not sudden death, but, you know, it's I know these levels pretty well. I should be able to manage. Oh, I see. You're supposed to kill the guy with the POW block. That's right, that is the gimmick here. I forgot that you could literally just have him fall off. That's, I don't think it ever occurred to me that you could bypass the tutorial in that way. Man, this is a hard boss fight, let me tell you. There we go. Once we hit it enough times, we get POWs, which can be used to defend yourself against the guys, and also kill Meowser, which gives you a key that you go into this key thing with. And there we go. That's the final Bowser fight on my Super World. That's kind of challenging. Not as challenging as the previous one, but still pretty damn good, I think. Pretty damn cool. It's super chill background music. I'm not saying it's bad, it's just like, you know, there's Tropical Freeze out there. Is it like better than Breath of the Wild's and Tears of the Kingdom's atmospheric background music that's also largely piano based? I don't know. I shouldn't talk shit about, you know, I'm not talking shit. I'm just saying that I don't. I've heard a bit, like in the Minecraft trailer, and it was like, yeah, it's just music. Doesn't really do anything for me. Maybe there's I don't know. Anyway, Legend of Zelda music is good. You don't know Legend of Zelda music? Well, it's very good. A lot of it is very good. Folks, let's go ahead and close that there queue. Let's go ahead and close her up. There we go. The queue is now closed. We are continuing on and doing the last of these levels that we got. I have a bunch of off-topic cards that I'd really like to discuss, so like we're gonna have to just spam through a couple of them, honestly. We'll do a couple between these levels, let's say. But first, let's start off by saying, hey, yeah, there's a Nintendo Direct rumored for next week, rumored for the Mario's 40th anniversary, and the big obvious like you know, and like, you know, it's Mario's 40th anniversary, so there'll probably be something Mario related. I'm very interested and curious and excited to see it. There's a good possibility, like, I don't know, maybe a 1 in 3, I would guess. Maybe a 1 in 2, that like if Super Mario Maker 3 is to be announced, it might be announced next week. I still would put money more on 2026 for a reveal and a launch, but it's possible it's next week. I don't know. There could also be something else Mario, which I really don't know what they would have, whether it would be like a port of something or like, you know, Wonder is too recent. They could do Wonder DLC. Wonder DLC would be cool. Or it could be Odyssey DLC if they wanted to do like more Switch 2 version DLC. But, and of course Mario Kart World is right there and ripe for expansion. I would love it if they were like, yo, hey, we got the first Mario Kart DLC coming. And by the way, it's an expansion pack, just like the previous Mario pack. Just like the previous Mario Kart DLC. Don't y'all worry about it. It's good. So that's exciting. That's good. I'll say that was definitely a big reason why this wish list thing happened this week. Oh crap, I thought it would, like, be a puzzle thing, or something unusual happened, go back to the red pipe. Okay. The pipe is maybe some sort of reset or something. Let's figure this out. What? This is 1-1. The clear rate is 3% here, so there must be some difficult trick here. But what exactly? It looks like there's something behind this pipe. That's funny. What does that mean exactly? I don't know. Maybe you reset. Go back to the red pipe via a reset. Not sure exactly what you're saying there, 06i, but this is some sort of 1-1. The twist has yet to reveal itself. Back? Back? We have to figure out the abnormality. Oh, I gotta figure out the abnormal. Okay. I think I understand. So this is gonna be a quiz to figure out, like, what is weird. And if there's nothing weird, pick red. Okay. There's one thing that's weird here, and it kind of looks like there's something behind this pipe. There's a little bit of green here. Something's wrong with right here. I have no further speculation about the Direct, other than, like, yeah, Mario will be a big part, maybe a huge part, maybe Sunshine for GameCube Online? If I had to guess anything, I'd guess that as well. Other than that, it's like, yeah, the same predictions for the last couple of Nintendo Directs all still apply now. What the hell? Well, something was real abnormal there. There was a bunch of, like, huh? I'm kind of confused by this, but whatever. Maybe it's like random, like which one you get. If there's nothing unusual, go with the red pipe. I thought that a million billion Lakitus raining down was pretty unusual. There's nothing. There's something unusual. Oh, okay. Shit, I read it backwards. The hint in chat. Sorry. How about another card? Hey, let's talk about Silksong real fast. It's fucking great. Played around 3 hours of it last night on stream. That's the only time, other than the Game of the Year time streams that I'm gonna do, that I will be playing that game on stream. I'm gonna finish it and do all the stuff off stream. But, like, I'm having a hell of a great time. I think it is a much... Fuck. What was that? I think it is a much better start than the first game. It still has all the same things as far as, like, the map, you have to deal with it. You have to buy a map. You have to get, like, a compass thing if you want to have yourself be on the map. And, you know, you have to deal with all that. As the case may be. But, like, that sort of gives it a good amount of tension. Gives it a good amount of drama. And, like... There are things about it that I think make it a better version of the original Hollow Knight, such as its much faster start. I'll say, like, I was definitely one of those people who played the first Hollow Knight, didn't really get it because I went through the first couple hours and then bounced off and then came back a couple years later. You know, I think it was like 3 years ago I first tried it, and then a year ago I went back and beat it. And, like, once I got past that first part, it was, like, smooth sailing. It was, like, exciting. It was, like, good. And Silksong is a lot faster to get past that hurdle. There were no funny business, so we go in here. What? I didn't see... Were there Lakitus? Were there Lakitus? Oh, right, it's... Unusual as pipe. I did it backwards again. Ah! Fucking forgetful me. Lakitus. It's pipe if unusual is pipe. Unusual is pipe. Red for unusual. Anyway, I've only gotten 3 hours in. I haven't played that much, I'll say. I will say, though, I did play a little bit, just a little bit before the stream, and I played it on my Retroid Pocket Flip 2 using the Xbox Series X remote game share, and I'll say from like 10 minutes of playing it handheld style, this is a pretty good way to play it. You know, it's not bad at all, honestly. I'm also 3 hours in, so I don't exactly want to like restart the game. So I think I'm gonna stick with the Xbox version. I'm not gonna buy the Switch version, and I'm just going to like, you know, make do with a remote version on a smaller screen if I want to play in like handheld mode. And I think that'll be ideal. That'll be really good. I don't want to give too much away, and again, I'm only like 3 hours in, so there's really not much I can give away. But I'll say the one thing I was looking for in Silksong is like increased mobility, right? And I have gotten one major mobility item, the first one you get probably, and I'll say mission goddamn accomplished. It's the thing that they did, the thing that they made that thing do is just so fucking fun and so fucking good, and it really improves like on a thing that I'm bothered by in Silksong in general, or in Hollow Knight in general, which is to say the length of a corpse walk. You know, you can really move in that game, and my god does it feel good. And I'm so delighted by that first major mobility item that you get, and just goddamn, I'm really excited to see like where it goes from here, and I imagine I will be playing a ton of it this weekend. I'll also this is unusual. I'll also be clipping up a bunch of moments from that big stream that I did of it. There were a lot of like pretty funny moments in that stream, and I bet ones that would go really well in short form. So look forward to seeing some of those like in the coming week or so from that first 3 hour stream specifically. Nothing from, you know, the rest that I play off stream. Silksong seems goddamn good. Another game I've been playing is Shinobi Art of Vengeance. Shinobi Art of Vengeance is fucking really good, and I've been 100%ing it. I have 100%ed every level that I've done, and I've done every level but the last level, basically. Maybe the last two, I'm not sure. But I got like 5 of the oboe things left, and Bowser Jr. is unusual. Bowser Jr. is unusual. God, it's like a 50-50 whether we get unusual or not unusual, right? We are getting some bad luck this run. This time. Anyway, I gotta say, Shinobi is fan-fucking-tastic. I will say its map is not very good. It is also kind of buggy. I've had some bugs with the map, but that aside, it is a phenomenal game. And one that is enjoyable enough to be worth going back into the levels, doing like the optional stuff, hunting around to find all the optional stuff, which gives you interesting like additional moves, power-ups, you know, stuff that you can use to unlock new moves and things of that nature. I don't think I saw anything unusual that time. I think we're in the clear. I think we're good. Come on. Yes! How many times do you have to go through? Well, this is a good one for going through the conversation topics that I have. Oh well. Shinobi is fucking rules. The combat system feels so goddamn good. There's like fun bonus things to collect from like really hard platforming levels to like, you know, optional hard-ass enemy encounters with like a bunch of tough customers. It's really satisfying to play through. and just a hell of a good time in general. I gotta highly recommend Shinobi. It is so much better than the other ninja game this year. Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. It is probably one of the best games of the year. Probably for me, top 5, and it is totally Silksong's to win, Feel like Silksong probably gonna pass it, I'll say, for one reason or another, but like, that is the hurdle it has to pass on the way to like top indie game right now for me, and congrats, I would put it over Blueprints, that's saying something. The combat just feels so good. It's so fun to chain moves together and like to roll in and do like a knee, and the way that like expands the moveset as you go through the game, as you buy new moves. It's like, okay, right now I'd like do a roll and do a knee into an enemy, and that does a bunch of shield damage, and eventually it's like, oh, if you do a strong attack after that, he does like a big kick, and that also does a bunch of shield damage. So it's like, ooh, okay, that's my new thing I do against shield enemies. Or like, oh, I just got a move that after I do a dive kick into an enemy, that's a heavy attack, I can do another, I can hit the button again to do like a spinning, like a screw attack type attack. And it's just like, ooh, it's just like chaining together so many cool little moves, and it just feels so good. I feel like maybe there's like question marks at the top of the screen that have been depleting as we've been going through. Maybe this is like a we're about to get there. We're about to get to the end, either this run or next. I think. Shinobi and Silksong are both S-tier games. I have one more game that I'd like to talk about. Honestly, haven't played it that much in the last week, but let me just do it anyway. I've been playing a little bit of Smash Remix and on my Retroid, and I gotta say, I don't think I'm that big a fan of it. I've been playing it a little bit, messing around a little bit, and I just think I'm not feeling it. And I think a big part is just like, it is a mod of Smash 64, and that means that you can't charge smash attacks. You can't charge smash attacks. You have like one less special moves, which makes each character a lot less interesting. It's a lot less refined in general, as far as like the basic feel of it goes. And like, yeah, if all those things together, and you get a game that I would rather play less than, say, something like, Rivals of Aether with its massive workshop. If I'm to play any game that has a bunch of custom, characters in it, like Rivals of Aether has a ginormous workshop full of characters that are all really great and interesting and cool. I think we're done now. Perfect. And, unfortunately, or whatever, I would go with that. I wonder if I could get Rivals of Aether on my Retroid, and I wonder if the workshop support could be done with Winlator, or these, like, various, Steam login to Android device play your PC games through an emulator situations. I wonder if that would work. That would be amazing if I could get that to work, because that would be a lot more convenient than like messing around with workshop stuff on the thing. I haven't played like Rivals of Aether workshop stuff in like a year, honestly. I don't know if it's like if people are still making really good workshop creations, but maybe I should look in on that sometime. I don't know. It's kind of, I feel like at this point people are probably waiting for Rivals of Aether 2 to have workshop support, and for makers to figure that out, but that probably is a high hurdle. I don't know. Thank you for the level. That definitely like helped get through some topics, get through some things I wanted to touch on, talk about, etc. Let me go ahead and hit complete and go ahead and get up the next one by Naruto Solos, who just submitted it before this level. I think Naruto Solos, you can confirm, but I think you're good. I think you're good for it. Also, again, I haven't said it in a while, but we have bonus heads for everyone on account of the wishlist gimmick, so we don't have to worry about the usual conditions by which bonus heads are awarded. Here's another card. I need to get back into podcasts. I'll say, since I started like a less hybrids work schedule, I feel like more and more I need things I could put on in my ears that don't involve browsing YouTube for videos and finding, significantly, a steady stream of YouTube videos to watch whilst I'm working. You know, I need to get back into podcast stuff. I've been really behind on like all my podcasts for like the last year. Fell behind when I was reading an audiobook, a whole series of audiobooks, really. And then after that, just never caught up. And as a result, I have like probably like 70 episodes of most of the shows that I listen to, like all backed up. Like, I don't know, maybe like 70 of Min-Max, maybe like 20 of Fire Escape, maybe like 20 of Chance Ball, and like a couple of Shriekcast. There's been a couple I've been keeping up on, like Revolutions, as it had a new season recently, and also Books If Books Can Kill, but that's as far as podcasts go, and those two are not active. Not very active anyway, to the point where it's basically like, yeah, I listen to a podcast episode a month, if that. You know, I'll say like maybe I should also just like start, you know, Giant Bomb has a few side shows that I've been watching some of. You know, there's the I love the voicemail dump truck. I love some of those. I usually watch those in video form though. So, you know, there's also the other shows that Jeff Grubb does, like the Game Mess Asides and Last of the Nintendogs. Considering like putting those on podcast form and having those around with me. And also I'm considering like, you know, maybe I should delete the whole fucking thing and be like, okay, clean slates. Get rid of all the old episodes of everything that's like topical. I don't need to listen about what was going on in the world of video games in, you know, July of 2024. You know, that's not interesting anymore, honestly. Even if it was probably interesting at the moment, at the time. Like, no, we gotta move on. Oh god, this looks hard. Naruto, you should confirm. It was hard. It was hard. I don't have any more tries because Naruto has not said anything in a bit. Let me see. How long was it since Naruto said anything? Naruto saying that he is a Nintendo-only player. That was during last call. You know what? I'm gonna be nice. I'm gonna say that was a level ago, basically. Let's do 5 more attempts. Anyway, I need to get back into podcasts. I don't know, like, what the fuck is good. I don't know, like... Honestly, I don't even know what I really want to listen to, other than, like, the things I already have been. I feel like I don't want anything general. I want something with a specific idea and a theme. And something with, like, a project, you know? Something like a watch-along, or a, you know, like a recap podcast type situation, where it's specific content being covered on a week-to-week basis. That we got farther than we did previously there, and that's nice. But like, I can't think of what that would fucking be. I have no ideas, and I'm not really interested in celebrity stuff. Trebucket, thank you for the sub. We did a bunch of Wishlist stuff earlier today over like the course of 4 hours. Check the VOD for that later on, but like that was really fun. How you doing? Thanks for the sub, for the resub and all that. Much obliged. Anyway, need to get back into podcasts. I'm not sure how. I'll probably work it out by the next time there's a viewer level stream. I'll tell you all about my adventures in podcasts. Need to do it. Need just 5 days in office. It's time for podcasts to come back. You're still playing Shinobi? I just talked about Shinobi. It's fucking great. Let me go ahead and hit dismiss. Get you out of here. Naruto solos. That was an interesting level. Chard just left before the end of the last level, I think. I will count that as well, Chard. I will say you are good for it. Certainly the last one in the YouTube chat on the YouTube side. Let's go. Oh, you didn't leave? Excellent. Oh, you were just saying good. Were you saying goodnight to someone? Oh, or were you assuming that I was about to end like? Oh, Chimichanga and said goodnight. Okay, okay. I didn't notice Chimichanga said tonight. Good night. Okay. Said goodnight tonight. Let's do it. Full tries. I have one last card here. Hey, did you hear all that stuff last weekend about them rumors of Trump's death? That was so fun. That was a lot of fun last weekend. That was a good time. I definitely enjoyed spending that whole weekend going like, hey, apparently that was the big rumor on Friday, which I'll say, let me just say right now. Let me say right here, right now. If Trump ever dies during a stream of mine, you have to tell me. Please tell me if Donald Trump dies. I want to know. I'm assuming that he didn't die tonight. I'm assuming that everyone would have said it if he did. Please, in the future, keep saying things. Did he end up making an appearance? Yeah, like Saturday morning, he was spotted via camera. Worth noting, he did look very wrinkly and like, he wasn't wearing his usual makeup, I guess, and was thus looking pretty decrepit in a low resolution. And also, like, he had a whole press conference on like Tuesday, which apparently was for some boring bullshit that doesn't matter. Hey Turkatron, let me. Here you go. You could get one in. Here you go, Turkatron. Here you go. You came in just at the end, Turkatron. Excellent. Hell yeah. I'm in the mood for one more level after this. Anyway, let it be said that if Trump ever dies, please let me know. I think it is fun to be optimistic and say like, well, every time you don't see Trump, he could be dead. Anytime. It's wishful thinking, and I think just fun to do. And like, I definitely enjoyed all the memes and jokes basically being like, hey, we haven't seen him. He could be dead. Wouldn't that be great? A lot of fun being had over there on Blue Sky and in Discords last weekend. And I'll say, just going forward, even after that Saturday appearance, I was very much like, well, he could be dead. I think my favorite Blue Sky from last week was a thing saying like, here's the announcements. It was a Blue Sky saying like, hello, as the president, Donald Trump, I would like to announce that I am dead. Thank you. Just saying like that would be the press conference. That was a great idea. A great tweet. Didn't end up being the thing. Vance would be worse. Well, I'll say, for the record, I hope that both of them die. But I understand that he is a young man, and that is unlikely. It'd be cool if both of them died, honestly. Well, what about the third guy? Who's the third guy in that situation? I don't know. I feel like they could all die. I feel like there's no limit to the amount of Republican policymakers that I wouldn't like to see, in a grave. Especially if, you're out there supporting, fascist policies of a, anti-LGBT, racist nature. Like, that's, if you're out there doing fascism, like, it probably would be very good if you, kick the bucket. I don't know that that's a controversial thing to say. He literally went to gay conversion camp and came out as straight. He has a very pliable mind. Wait, what? That's the thing that Vance did? He went to, like, a conversion camp for, like, conservative... I mean, definitely he is the kind of guy who doesn't believe anything. I believe that with my full asshole. He went to a conversion camp? Vance did? Was he gay? That's not what it was, right? Like, was he just going for, like, just, hey, give me some conservative values? Do you just mean he's, like... It's funny how you never see his face unedited. It is very funny. Yeah, I saw that, an unedited photo of Trump being alive, and then the guy was like, oh, yeah, you know, unfortunately, this is unedited, and sure enough, J.D. Vance was there looking normal. That was very good. I appreciate that running joke. I think it has legs. We're doing really well this time. This time, first time, just like making major strides here. Hell fucking yeah. Nice progress, I agree. It'd be a real shame if we died right now. This is a long level to have to redo from the start. Let this be the end. Let it be the end. Almost the end. Okay, just gotta carefully. Now that we're past the ice I was about to say we're in the clear, but we weren't quite in the clear, but we did it! And it's a world record as well. That was good. That was good. That's a clip. That's gonna be a short one of these days. Anyway, that's politics talk. You know, I'm not trying to get into politics here at the very end of the stream. I just wanted to say, if ever he dies, you have to tell me. You know, if we weren't doing this special Wishlist special, that would be a good name for a VOD too, also, by the way. Like, if Donald Trump dies, you have to tell me. You have to tell me if Donald Trump dies while I'm on air, or something like that. I don't know. It seemed like a relevant thing last weekend because the rumor was going around while I was on stream. And like after I did the raid last week, I saw in chat someone told Dan Reichert, someone told him like, hey, do you hear the rumor Donald Trump's dead? And he's like, what, really? No, that's not true. And skepticism was right in that case. Skeptics win, unfortunately. Last level, let's do it. This has been a very fun stream. Woo! That nearly gotta hold up. There were black bags being passed out of the White House. I heard about that. Yeah, like bags being thrown out of windows. I had no idea what the hell that was about. And I still think we have no fucking clue. But, you know, what am I gonna do with that information? Oh, I guess we talked about earlier, like, maybe it would be weird if, like, if this game had, like, cloud power-up. Because, you know, you don't have, like, spin jumping or anything of that sort. You do have, like, dismount and get out of, rideable objects in this, using the Z button, so there is actually a precedent for the Z button being used in the, Super Mario Bros. 1 archetype. Ooh, that was, tricky. Yeah, this is the Mortal Kombat music. It's good. We have 2 tries left. If we can do it in the next 2 tries, it'll be, first clear. Yeah, that run was a good one. The first ghost at the start is the real killer, and the rest seems pretty doable, so long as you jump good. That shell can be a killer as well, but I managed it the first time. Last try. Ah! Beverly Hills Cop? Oh, I thought it was Mortal Kombat. Maybe they have like similar like riffs, similar like progression, similar everything. Okay. Thank you for the level, Turkatron. We weren't able to do it. Such is the lightning round. Such is the end of the stream. This whole stream has been... Well, actually, no. We did some non-lightning round at the top, which was fun. And then, like, naturally, eventually transitioned into not lightning round. The VOD is going to be all timestamped to hell. Every single individual category will get its own timestamp. And I think we did a good job of mostly discussing each individual category within each individual timestamp. So that is just mwah, lovely. You want to see the list one more time before we go out? Thank you for the level, by the way. There's no more in queue. Let me take this down. Let me take this down as well. Let's show one last time the document. Let's show one last time the wish list that we came up with. 90 ideas plus a 91st in the plus a 91st in the thing. Oops, I accidentally added extra one. Okay, here's the list again. Have a look. 5 archetypes, 5 styles, 5 game modes, 12 maker features, 6 terrain, 8 items, 14 enemies, 4 bosses, 12 gizmos, 5 cameo things, 5 discovery features, and 10 miscellaneous others. Miscellaneous would have been a good word for that, actually, instead of others. Oh well, too late. I think this is quite a good list, and I had a hell of a time building it with y'all. This has been, one for the books, I think. One for the books. That is it for the stream. Thank you for joining me in this special, very special stream, and very fun stream. Next week, the streaming schedule is back to normal. We are going to finish off the rare playthrough thing that I've been doing on Tuesdays for the last half year since the start of the year. Conker's Bad Fur Day starts next Tuesday. I considered switching it up and starting Metal Gear Solid Delta first and saving Conker's Bad Fur Day for later, and also considered making it random because this is technically still part of that random rare playthrough thing, and having it be random would be really in keeping with that, but with so much to do this stream, I really didn't feel like setting up the wheel to randomize these two things. There really wasn't room tonight, so let's just finish off the rare thing. Next Tuesday, that starts. If you're looking for more viewer levels, next week at 6 p.m. Central, normal time, normal viewer levels. That's it. That's all I know that's in the foreseeable future. No big plans, no big streams. Honestly, things might be pretty chill until like Outer Worlds 2 comes out. I'll do Outer Worlds 2 on stream first time it comes out. Similar to how I did Silksong yesterday. That would be fun. Let me see who is going, who is streaming. I don't really want to send you to someone doing Silksong too far in, you know, like farther than I am in the game. So let me see here. Who's good? Who should I send you to? I'm just scrolling here. How about, M-Chan is doing Metroid, Super Metroid Randomizer. How about that? I don't know. Do you have a suggestion, Trebucket? Hang on. This is a different Metroid game from, no, it's some sort of Metroidvania. I'm not sure which one. Poncho Taco is doing some sort of Metroidvania. I'll send you there. That sounds cool. Oh, I don't follow Kyle Bossman. That'd be a good idea, though. Let's do Poncho Taco. He is, I know him through, the Dan Reichert's Discord. He is a cool dude. And, also, I believe he does Mario Maker sometimes. I believe he does do Mario Maker sometimes. So, like, you know, he's, aligned with me for reasons. I'll send you over there. I'll see you on Tuesday for Conker. I'll see you on Friday for more viewer levels. Next week will be normal. Nothing fancy going on next week. Well, actually, there might be a big old direct. Might there be? I will have to get those bingo cards ready soonish and have it so that we can make them. And if the direct is next week, we will generate some cards for ourselves before that happens. Okay. And we'll score ourselves like on, the Friday stream. If it happens, I'm betting against. I'm thinking 2026. But hey, it's been a hell of a stream. Thanks for joining. See ya on Tuesday or on Friday. Gotta get ready to stop. Okay. Bye, folks. Y'all have a good one. Have a good weekend. Tuesday, Friday. Bye.